but I still don't see why I should let you back on my council.
The King's counsel, my lord.
I could have you return to the dirt this afternoon if you like.
Since the time I convinced the Mad King to open his gates to you, I have served the interests of the House of Lannister unfailingly.
Yeah, yet you still betrayed my son's trust.
Because I felt he was acting against those interests, yes.
What have I done to earn this touching loyalty?
You have built the strongest house.
What happens when we are no longer the strongest house?
By that time, I will be rotting beneath the floor of the
_Mega_ says
Baylor.
WTF, that
If
is weird.
you deem
LOL, I'm glad cut
my
this scene.
years of service worthy of that honor.
I love this scene.
Well, in the future, you will serve me more actively, as befits a man of your vigor.
Yes, my lord.
Take those to the kitchen. I'll have them for supper.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, I really like this scene, by the way. Because like I like that Pycelle, you know, like he just acts like a doddering fool all the time, but like yeah, Tywin sees right through it. Like I just really like that. Wait, whoa. Have you seen the House of Dragons? House of the Dragon? Whatever. Let's watch a whole math video.
The amount of stuff you can get away with if you're attractive is literally so insane, and everyone talks about women pretty privilege, but no one ever talks about guy pretty privilege.
I always appreciate it when women understand the different ways that they treat different types of men. Guy pretty privilege is another word for hypergamy. So first of all, I'd like to thank her for noticing. And second of all, I have a few stories for you to try to encourage you to maybe move up a few notches if possible. But first, listen to how she understands. It's therapeutic.
I think if the unattractive guys tried to do the things that attractive guys did to girls, they would be called out for harassment.
Yeah, exactly. This girl from an old video said, don't catcall me unless you're attractive, and then she said it was a joke, which means it's kinda true.
But if an attractive guy did what unattractive guys did, it would be considered cute.
This is where my stories come in. I did some not very cute things that went over just fine.
I feel like attractive guys have kind of like a act like an asshole card that they could use whenever they want because they have a pretty face, and they have unlimited ways on how to hit on women without being a creep.
Yeah, you can say quite a wide range of things and it will be okay, but only as long as she feels like this about you. This is a drawing of me when I was at my most attractive and a relationship that I had during that time where I did nothing and she did more than she should have. This is a timeline of that relationship. I had a crush on this girl when I was 11, and she pretty much ignored me until after college when I lost weight and got in shape. And she sent me a suggestive message on Facebook where she saw my pictures, and we began a certain kind of relationship. And eventually, she let me know that she had been cheating on a different guy with me. And I said, well, that's a bad idea. You should probably either have a boyfriend or have fun, and you should pick one. And so she did. She got rid of him and said, now we can be together. And I said, well, that's not part of the deal. This guy's just gonna be me later. And she said, oh, darn, and continued seeing me anyway. And also I had no money and she had money, so she paid for everything while I continued to see other girls on the side. That's how much difference this can make. If you can cross this line, you're gonna experience quite a big power differential.
unattractive guys have to be more slow about it. They have to be more nonchalant and sneaky about hitting on a girl.
Sneaky, okay, we used to call that getting to know someone. When you're familiar with somebody, it becomes easier to create that bond. And maybe you as an individual can work your way out of it, but you can't have everyone works their way out of it, because if they did, and everybody became more attractive, women would just reevaluate this into another one of these. There would be 80% of the guys who made it would be reevaluated into the didn't make it zone. And those guys have no choice. They have to get familiar with women first. Otherwise, they just get completely left out. And that's why the world is looking more and more like this. People don't get to know each other anymore. And if you try, women will call it sneaky. That's the one thing she said that I didn't like.
They also can't be arrogant and rude, where a lot of attractive guys get away with being rude.
That's me. I used to be rude. I was so bitter after I found out the difference between how people treat you when you move from here to here that I actually made a game out of what is the rudest thing that I can say to someone who I know already likes me before she doesn't like me anymore, and I never found it. I wrote a few of them down, but I don't feel safe showing you. I played other games too. I once met a girl on the computer. I went to her place 3 times without ever telling her my name. And then on my way out the door the 3rd time, I said, "Are you gonna ever ask me my name or what?" And she said, "I didn't want to offend you." Like I was gonna say, "Whoa, you're moving a little fast, aren't we?" No, I'm not encouraging any of this behavior. This is degenerate. The only reason I did it is because I was bitter, because I couldn't be liked without being likable. I didn't want to put in the work to get out of this area, and when I finally did, I still felt like this on the inside, and I said, "Oh, now it's my turn to do this to someone else." And that's not what we need more of. That kind of stuff just goes back into the dating pool and makes everybody more miserable and harder to deal with.
Now, the difference between an attractive guy and an attractive girl is like so different. An attractive girl, sometimes like they don't get guys. They get rejected because people get jealous of them, or they're really intimidated, or they're jealous. And it's just really hard to be an attractive girl. But for an attractive guy, literally it's like living on the red carpet with silver platters of opportunities handed to you constantly.
Well, not job opportunities. This was roughly my attractive era from here to here, and this was my net worth. And then I had nothing, and now I have internet money. But yeah, she's not wrong. This is an easier position in the market than this. It's easier to get what you want. Now, I wish we could get away from this app style of dating and back to the classics, but I don't know how we're gonna do that. This might even get worse. At least people are starting to get it. But for now, if you are not working on yourself, you are potentially giving up a lot of power. Just don't misuse it when you get it, or you'll eventually turn into me, but without the internet money.
Want to create an online store but not...
Oh my god, hold on.
Next, with managed WooCommerce hosting from Hostinger, you can skip the complex setup process.
What do we watch next? You can watch this.
So, a few months ago, I made why Season 1 of Game of Thrones is so great, and ever since then, I've wanted to come back and look at other seasons. For this video, we'll be looking at Season 4 of Game of Thrones, and we'll be analyzing why it is one of the best seasons in the show. So strap in, grab some popcorn, and take a pill of memory loss for Season 8, because I'm about to bring you back to when the show was at its peak. So for the first aspect as to why Season 4 is the best, let's take a look at the subplots within the season. For Game of Thrones in general, the majority of the show follows many different subplots. The only time this wasn't the case was in Season 7 and 8, where most of the subplots converged and became one main plot. Given that format, it was always more interesting to have a season with multiple subplots because of the variety. Season 4 has about 8 of them, and that offers a vast array of different settings within the world. It also offers a variety of challenges like political drama in King's Landing, action-oriented conflict at the Night's Watch, or even a cozy adventure where characters go on a journey together. Season 4 has this variety in spades, and it feels like a well-oiled machine in terms of pacing because of that. We don't get bogged down from an overabundance of one element like action, dialogue, or adventure. In comparison to Season 8, where all the characters are basically crammed into one setting for half of the season and it quickly becomes dull and repetitive. Sitting around in one place can get stale setting-wise, especially if the writing is not up to par.
I told you I don't want it.
It doesn't matter what you want.
Besides the great variety of subplots in Season 4, let's take a look at their general quality. Most people say that all the stories for each character are essentially at their peak within the show, and let's see why that is. So first, let's look at Daenerys. In Season 4, Daenerys starts out coming off of the highs of Season 3 and has her unsullied army. With that army, she then takes over Meereen, where she finally gets to rule, which in of itself is a lot of payoff. The overall progression of the subplot is perfect because we get that thrill and action in the beginning, and then we get the political drama from her ruling Meereen. This season's subplot for Daenerys offers something unique for the viewer, by the fact that she becomes a legitimate ruler of a city for the first time. That being said, this season is basically peak interest within her overall subplot for the show. The only season that rivals this is Season 3, where Daenerys gets the Unsullied and starts her conquest. The reason why Season 4 surpasses this is because we get a massive hit of payoff through her winning Meereen, and from that payoff, we get even more obstacles from her being a ruler. So the conflict stays engaging. Unlike in later seasons like Season 5, where she just sits around running a city the whole time and the conflict just stays the same, and because of that, it becomes more dull.
Holy crap.
Looking at another big subplot, we have Jon Snow. Most of his story leading up to Season 4 is really good. The ultimate payoff from those seasons comes in Season 4 with the Watchers on the Wall and the finale where he confronts Mance Rayder.
I reckon you could do it before any of them could stop you.
They'd kill you, of course. They'd kill you slow, but you knew that when you came in here.
Both sequences are regarded as Jon Snow's best moments. That and his character is objectively the most interesting in this season. He is both struggling with his love of the Free Folk and Rose, and he wants to protect his brothers of the Night's Watch. So that creates a massive internal conflict within his character. That is a lot that Jon Snow has to go through, and in comparison to other seasons, his character in Season 4 is much more colorful. So again, we have another character subplot at their peak. Looking at another main character whose subplot is at its peak, we have Arya.
Lady Arryn died 3 days ago.
Ironically, I think Arya was the most interesting when she was traveling with the Hound in Season 4, despite the cool-sounding narrative of her becoming an assassin in the later seasons. But in those later seasons, Arya was essentially alone and didn't have that great of a dynamic with any other character. In Season 4, however, she has one of the best in-show dynamics with the Hound. Arya really changes as a character when she is with the Hound and learns how dark and grimy the world really is.
I just understand the way things are. How many stars they got to behead before you figure it out?
This perfectly shapes her character for the later seasons, and through the perspective of the Hound, we can see her improving.
You're learning.
There are also a ton of standout moments for these two characters. Practically everything they do or say becomes a fan favorite moment. This subplot adds a lot of memorable humor, and the Hound is the perfect character to break down Arya's innocence to really turn her into a badass. That, and we always have Arya clashing with the Hound, which riles him up even more and makes for some very hilarious moments. Overall, this is just another perfect subplot that adds a lot of quality to the season. There are other subplots that are worth noting, like Bran's story, which is fantastic, but I want to turn the attention towards King's Landing. Out of all the subplots in the show, this is generally the main one. It houses some of the most interesting characters, and this just allows them to clash and create iconic scenarios. The first 4 seasons feature a great King's Landing narrative, but Season 4 rises above the previous seasons and blows us away. The reason why it blows us away is that the overall season has a major turning point that drives most of the conflict, and the difference this time is that it happens early on. Unlike in Season 1 where it happens later in the season, Season 4 has a massive twist of Joffrey's death that sets forth most of the conflict within King's Landing. This is going into the third reason, and that is the turning point. By having an already established cast, you can throw your turning point in the beginning of the season to really throw a curveball for your audience. You don't need a lot of character development in Season 4 because your characters are already set up and Game of Thrones knows this, so they jump right into the conflict, which is extremely engaging. In comparison to Season 3, there was a lot of buildup of tension in King's Landing, but not much happened to really push the plot forward. With Season 4, however, they take that bold step and thrust every character into a situation that creates a gripping conflict. Cersei's hatred towards Tyrion boils to an all-time high, Tyrion's life is on the line, Sansa flees, Jaime has to deal with potentially losing his brother, Tywin has to figure out how to damage control the situation, and the list goes on. All of these characters within Season 4 are fundamentally pushed to their limits. By the end of Season 3, things were a little too calm, and it started to get too familiar, but Season 4 inherently changes that. Also, this turning point leads to the best payoff in the show's history, which is the courtroom scene between Tyrion and Tywin. Through 4 seasons of buildup of disdain between these two characters, it all explodes within this moment with the best delivery coming from Tyrion.
I did not kill Joffrey, but I wish that I had. Watching your vicious bastard die gave me more relief than 1,000 lying whores.
This scene is utterly heartbreaking, and it even goes higher to create more conflict by Tyrion declaring a trial by combat. Even though this seems like a high point, Season 4 somehow snowballs this narrative and it keeps getting more riveting. We lose hope with Tyrion's trial, we then regain that hope with Oberyn pledging to fight for us. After that, the hope is squashed in the trial by combat, and then our hope is finally resurrected by Jaime's rescue. Each of these sequences perfectly builds on the one prior, and this was all because we had a crazy turning point in the beginning of the season. By having that turning point in the beginning of the season, we can snowball the conflict to greater heights and have an extremely satisfying conclusion. Other seasons don't really capture this magic as well as Season 4, because either the turning point happens at the end of the season for payoff, or it's the end of the storyline. But Season 4 creates that brilliant flow of escalating conflict that makes it the most engrossing season. Let's take a quick break and look at this video's sponsor, Loot Crate. Loot Crate is the #1 pop culture subscription-based service on the planet. They're dedicated to working closely with licensed partners like Warner Bros., Disney, Marvel, and more. Their original Loot Crate line is filled with pop culture collectibles, gear, and wearables from comic books, film, television, animation, and more. Their January Kapow-themed crate features pop culture's fiercest fighters. It includes a He-Man t-shirt, Venom display standee, Fight Club soap keychain, Mortal Kombat classic handkerchief, and a Kapow pin. Use my discount code SUPERCUTS for 15% off your purchase. Link in the description. Now back to the video. One more aspect about the turning point that makes Season 4 better is the amount of mystery and scheming that conflict brings into the story. The turning point harkens back to what a lot of people liked about Season 1, and that is a mystery surrounding the death of a king. In Season 1, the story begins with the death of Jon Arryn, and Ned Stark gives himself the objective of finding his killer. This created a cool aura of mystery within Season 1. This aura of mystery returns within Season 4 because it becomes another murder mystery. A lot of what people liked in Season 1 was all the backstabbing and sabotaging that took place within King's Landing. For Season 4, this returns, and the sabotaging is as heartbreaking as in Season 1. The prime example of this is Shay's testimony in the trial because it utterly breaks Tyrion. Also, because we are in Season 4 and are later on in the show, it makes the mystery more engaging because we have all the information about each character and their relationships. We naturally become more active in trying to figure out who killed Joffrey in comparison to Season 1 because we know more about the story. The show trusts the intellect within the audience and lets them piece together the mystery. The filmmakers choose not to reveal what actually happened until season 7 with the farewell of Lady Olenna.
Tell Cersei. I wanted to know it was me.
Which, funny enough, is one of the only good dialogue scenes in season 7 because it has to do with season 4. On top of the backstabbing in King's Landing, we also have it in the Vale thanks to Littlefinger. Littlefinger kills Lysa Arryn, and that also creates another big plot of conspiracy. This event also heavily tests Sansa and puts her into one of her first situations in which she has to make a big choice. And this goes back to the point that Sansa's journey in this season is the most interesting and is at its peak. Overall, through the death of Joffrey Baratheon and Lysa Arryn, Season 4 is able to capture that same suspense and mystery that was so great in Season 1. Speaking about the conflict within Season 4, let's take a look at another perfect
अब आपको मिल सकता है कोक स्टूडियो कॉन्सर्ट दुबई में देखने का मौका अभी
aspect, which is the primary villain. In any good story, you need a great villain that drives a riveting conflict and thrusts your characters into challenging situations. For Season 4, we have the best villain within the show, and it's the badass himself, Tywin Lannister. This character alone has become a massive icon within the Game of Thrones community. His character is beloved despite him being a villain, and the reason why he's such a beloved villain is that he is not stereotypical. Tywin on his own is a very compelling character. He's a controlling father who just wants to have a successful family and have his kids contribute to the family's future. This is a very understandable motive, and whenever Tywin is clashing with Cersei, Jaime, and Tyrion, it's hard to really hate on Tywin because we know that deep down, he is kind of right from his point of view. This was very apparent within Season 3 because he was constantly clashing with characters around him. Through all of that buildup in Season 3, it allows Season 4 to pay it off in its full glory. The two best examples of this is Cersei's final confrontation with Tywin and Tyrion's courtroom challenge against his father. These scenes are basically regarded as some of the best scenes from the show, and Tywin is to thank for that. The only other villain that has come close in terms of creating great conflicting scenes is Joffrey, and in the later seasons, they basically disappear because of how bad the writing is.
I'm the man who killed Jaime Lannister.
Going back to the death of Joffrey in Season 4, Tywin is able to take an even bigger villain role and have more power. The ultimate payoff for this is when Tywin takes a literal seat on the Iron Throne. Tommen is literally casted aside for Tywin to step in and make things more interesting. I would say the best fight scene in the show is between Tywin and Tyrion in the courtroom. This is by far the best climax because the dialogue and pure disdain that these two characters show each other is mesmerizing. That and Charles' dance brings a gravitas to Tywin, and almost all of his scenes show a subtle layer of sinisterism. The way Tywin just gives you a death glare is the most intimidating thing in the world. His eyes cut through your soul like a sharp sword, and you can't help but feel like he's about to devour you. Also, I think Tywin as a character perfectly fits into the conflict of scheming and backstabbing. He is literally the best at it, given that he orchestrated the Red Wedding.
The Lannisters send their regards.
So knowing that and how powerful he is as a character, he truly is a force to be reckoned with. Given those details, it just shows how much of a massive obstacle he is to overcome for all the characters. That is why, in true Game of Thrones fashion, he is destined to have one of the best show deaths, which is on a toilet. The complete irony. So moving away from the villain, let's take a look at another great aspect in Season 4. For each of the main characters, they essentially go through a major turning point that heavily affects their future and personality. For Tyrion, he decides to kill his father in an emotional confrontation. This leads into a spell of depression, and he mostly becomes more worn down in later seasons because of this. For Daenerys, she makes the tragic decision to lock away her dragons. This takes a big toll on her mental health, and she starts to lose her footing in Season 5. For Jon Snow, he hits his lowest point with the loss of a loved one and decides to sacrifice himself for the Night's Watch by confronting Mance Rayder, thus proving how much of a hero he is. For Arya, she leaves behind the Hound, who she's been with for more than 2 seasons, and she doesn't give him the satisfaction of death. This validates her character as what the Hound says in later seasons.
You're a cold little bitch, aren't you?
For Cersei, she blackmails Tywin with the information of her having sex with Jaime in order to not marry Loras Tyrell. This essentially gives her a lot more confidence given that she stood up to the most powerful person in Westeros.
Everything they say is true about Jaime and me.
No.
Your legacy is a lie.
For Jaime, he saves Tyrion, which results in the death of Tywin. From this, Jaime thinks he is responsible for the death of his father and carries an enormous amount of guilt in later seasons. And Bran finally reaches his destination and takes on the challenge of becoming the Three-Eyed Raven, along with what I talked about earlier with Sansa going along with Littlefinger's hostile takeover. All these turning points greatly change and affect these characters. They aren't just interesting because of their characteristics, but also from how much they've progressed in the story. And in Season 4, the amount of progression for these characters makes them feel more dynamic and interesting. To contrast this in later seasons, we have Jon Snow who barely changes past Season 6. So in general, having your characters evolve makes them much more fun to follow, and Season 4 is the best at this. So for the final reason, I need to address some of the points I stated for why Season 1 was so great. The 3 points that still apply for Season 4 are efficiency in storytelling, great dialogue, and extraordinary pacing. I went into more depth about them for the video on Season 1, but I want to expand a bit more on efficiency of storytelling and how it applies to Season 4. So the prime example for this is the character Oberyn Martell. For Season 4, there are a lot of characters and subplots, so introducing a new and interesting character is hard to pull off because of the pure saturation. But with Oberyn, the show is very efficient because we simultaneously get character development, world building for Dorne, and the development for a future conflict.
But what I keep hearing is that Gregor Clegane the Mountain raped Elia and split her in half with his great sword.
Also, the future conflict tied to his character perfectly correlates with what happens later in the season, which makes his character very relevant to the story. Because of his want for revenge towards the Mountain and Tywin, this will make him a future ally for Tyrion. To contrast this as an example, in Season 8 they bring in a new character for the head of the Golden Army, and David and Dan include a whole scene around him, only to have it not matter. That is an example of inefficient storytelling. For Oberyn, however, he is directly related to the conflict for a personal reason and has a direct effect on the outcome of the story. Also, the conflict given to us by Oberyn is very concise and relatable. The writing here is top-notch, and he can easily get people on board for a heinous act like raping and killing children.
You killed her children!
This is a simple trick to give us sympathy for a character who initially came off as an asshole, and instead change him into a loving badass who wants revenge. Another aspect of efficient storytelling in regards to Oberyn is that he encompasses the scope of Dorne. What I mean by this is that the conflict from Dorne as a whole is channeled through his character. Oberyn is basically the champion of Dorne, and the concerns from that house can be fully realized through his character. We are more likely to be interested in the conflict through one interesting character, instead of a bunch of angry sand snakes who have no semblance of character traits.
You want a good girl, but you need a bad pussy.
Oberyn is just a perfect example of efficiently building a new character in a saturated story. By having him have a direct impact on the overall story, it makes him more important and thus more compelling.
Don't leave me alone in this world.
Never.
And this is just one primary example of efficient storytelling, along with the season still having great dialogue and pacing. So yeah, this mostly brings my points to a close for the video. Overall, since Season 4 still harnesses the magic of what makes the earlier seasons so great, on top of the peak quality subplots, the outstanding turning point in the beginning, the cool aura of mystery, the primary villain, and each main character is forced into a dire situation that changes them, and because of all that, I think Season 4 is unmatched. It's hard to beat a large dose of payoff with riveting subplots that make the show extremely entertaining. This is why Season 4 is the best season of Game of Thrones. To start out this video, I want to run a little exercise with you. It's probably been a while since you have watched anything from Season 5 of Game of Thrones, but I want you to try to think of a genuinely great moment from the season, besides some of the main events that happen later in the season, like the ones I'm showing on screen. I'll give you a second to try to think of one. It's hard, isn't it? I've made a ton of Game of Thrones videos, and I'm even struggling trying to think of one myself. And I assume you know where I'm going with this, and that is, all the subplots within Season 5 are inherently dull and are mostly just boring. This is ironic, given that for Season 4, the subplots are basically at their peak, and I talked about that in the last video, but now, the subplots are almost at their worst for Season 5. So let's figure out why there was a remarkable decline in quality for these subplots. Looking at Jon Snow and Stannis Baratheon's subplot, not much really happens. There's barely any conflict that goes on in the Night's Watch for these two characters. This applies for Stannis especially because he acts like that weird uncle that crashes on your couch for far too long. He stays at the Night's Watch for a total of 5 episodes, and the only thing he does is ask Jon Snow to recruit the wildlings, and for Jon to join his army, multiple times by the way.
Kneel before me, lay your sword at my feet. Pledge me your service and you'll rise again as Jon Stark. The traitor who plunged a dagger in Robb Stark's heart. Don't you want to avenge him?
You want the wildlings to march in your army?
Or you could see if this Torment fella's more willing to compromise than Mansour was.
But the best way to help the most people might not be sitting in a frozen castle at the edge of the world.
This obviously becomes very repetitive given that even after getting denied by Jon Snow, he keeps asking to the point of where it just gets awkward.
How long you plan to stay at Castle Black? Are you bored of us already?
He should have just left after episode 2, but instead he awkwardly just stays. It's as if David and Dan didn't know what to do with Stannis, so they just left him at the Night's Watch to run out the clock on his eventual demise. What was once an interesting character devolves into a more hollow shell of what he once was. Feels bad, man. For Jon Snow as well, the conflict throughout most of the beginning of the season was pretty boring. Like, I really doubt that anyone wants to watch him sign papers for this long. Really, his only conflict was Jaeno's Slint disobeying his orders. Besides that though, he basically just sits around running the Night's Watch until things finally get more interesting when he goes to Hardhome. So in that fact, staying in the same setting with very little conflict hurt these two subplots immensely. For Tyrion's journey, at least we have some visual and setting variety, but pairing him and Ser Jorah Mormont is very lackluster. The dialogue between these two characters just revolves around Tyrion saying something and Ser Jorah getting mad at him, or giving a very minimal response.
You think Daenerys will execute me and pardon you? I'd say the reverse is just as likely.
This just ruins the strengths for Tyrion as a character because a part of what makes him so engaging is his rich dialogue. A primary similarity for this is Tyrion's traveling companion in Season 1.
I should just take your food and leave you here. What would you do then?
Starve, most likely.
The pairing of Bronn and Tyrion made for a great duo of comedy and witty dialogue that is mostly missing with the pairing of Ser Jorah in Season 5. Also, I noticed a trend that started this season, which is Tyrion constantly making crude or demeaning jokes in front of Varys, and him responding with a disappointed or annoyed reaction.
It's even better luck to suck a dwarf's cock.
This basically happens for the entirety of their time together for their first few episodes. This is where I think Tyrion's initial decline as an intellectual character started because David and Dan have proven that they can't write dialogue on the same caliber as George R.R. Martin, given that they kind of ran out of books after the 4th season. A few other subplots that are dull that I want to mention without going into depth is Jaime's subplot and having to deal with the Sand Snakes, Sansa getting tortured by Ramsay, Daenerys having to deal with the Sons of the Harpy, and Brienne of Tarth just sitting around waiting for Sansa to become a damsel in distress. None of these subplots are anything special. The Sand Snakes were a bunch of irritating tweens, and Jaime, despite failing and getting captured, still achieved his goal by just asking the King of Dorne for Marcella and him agreeing, which in of itself was anticlimactic. Sansa getting tortured by Ramsay feels redundant, given that we've already experienced all that drama with Theon. Then for Daenerys, she has to deal with an enemy that is basically an anonymous organization, and the writers failed to come up with any engaging conflict for that subplot. Like, does anyone really care about trying to have a fair trial for a Sons of the Harpy member, and drama ensuing from one of your advisors disobeying her orders because of that? But yeah, things for that subplot really only get interesting towards the end. For Cersei, it's hard to sympathize with her in creating a lot of unnecessary conflict, given that Margaery and Tommen seemed very happy together. For Arya, a lot of her training involved her just sitting around and cleaning, so that was just a massive waste of opportunity for potentially the coolest subplot. Overall, all these subplots show a significant downturn in both writing and any meaningful or interesting conflict to drive their narratives. Going on to the second point, we have a forced character death for the sake of action and shock value. This is a small issue for the season as a whole, but it signifies something much greater that impacts the entire show, and because of that, this point annoys me the most. So David and Dan, the showrunners of Game of Thrones, decided to kill Sir Barristan Selmy, who initially at this point in the story for the books, was not supposed to die. One of the main issues with forcing his character death here is a ripple effect that impacts Daenerys' entire subplots. This ripple being that Sir Barristan Selmy could have had a major role to play in the Mad Queen arc for Season 8. Since Sir Barristan acts as an anchor for Daenerys to see the good side in life, this would have made him have more of a contribution to the story if he were to have died in Season 8, to thus propel Dany to an even more catastrophic mental state. Instead of Missandei getting executed in Season 8, it would have made more sense for Sir Barristan to take her place instead. Sir Barristan is like a father figure for Daenerys, and throwing his character death in some meaningless scene for Season 5 is insulting. And building on that sentiment even more, if you were to remove this ambush scene from Season 5, the Marine storyline would not change. This ambush scene doesn't have any lasting impact besides Sir Barristan's death and Grey Worm being injured. It's just a bunch of random nobodies that come out of nowhere for the sake of action. A main issue with this method of writing is that it completely contrasts what Game of Thrones used to be in its prior seasons. In Season 1, for example, there is like 2 action scenes, and those 2 scenes had a lot of build-up and had actual lasting impacts for the story. Bronn saves Tyrion in the climactic trial by combat, and Jaime confronts Ned Stark from the consequences for Lady Catelyn kidnapping Tyrion. These scenes have meaning. They are built up to, and what happens heavily affects the story and its characters. For this Sons of the Harpy action scene, they only check off one of those boxes due to them killing an important character. So David and Dan take an easy way out for this action scene, instead of trying to write a scene that checks off these 3 boxes like the first season. And a part of why the first season didn't rely on action was because the writing and dialogue was so engaging. And since David and Dan can't rely on dialogue pre-written by George R. R. Martin anymore, they had to do something like this forced action scene to make the season more interesting. This is why I think this one small aspect is so insulting, and it also acts as one of the first red flags for Game of Thrones starting to lose its charm. So looking at the third reason, I want to go into more depth about the deterioration of writing that is done by David and Dan. So one of the most important aspects of good writing is for it to be purposeful. For it to have purpose, it needs to build the characters, move the plot forward, and to build a world in which the characters inhabit. I'll show an example for each one of these characteristics of good writing that is violated in Season 5. So first, let's look at character development. I think the best example that breaks this in Season 5 is the development with Littlefinger. He actually has quite a bit of screen time in Season 5, but most of his actions throughout the season go against the intellect of his character, and he just becomes a dumb scheming villain for the sake of creating conflict. And the main example of this is Littlefinger selling off Sansa to Ramsay. The reason why this is an absolutely terrible idea is that you don't want to alienate the person that literally witnessed you killing Lysa Arryn. You should be trying to get closer to Sansa and win her over, along with the Vale, instead of making a random pact with Roose Bolton.
The Lannisters made you one of the great lords of Westeros. Yet here you are in the north undermining them. Why gamble with your position?
I mean, literally anyone should know that the Boltons are running on borrowed time, given that they don't have the backing of the Lannisters anymore, the North hates them, and Stannis is also coming to attack them as well. Although that didn't necessarily pan out, but my point still stands. So it just seems like Littlefinger makes a very stupid decision that compromises his character. And that decision also turns out to be one of the main factors that leads to his death, and it was seemingly all to create unnecessary conflict in Sansa's storyline. Also, in the books, Sansa wasn't supposed to go back to Winterfell and marry Ramsay, so this is a change made by David and Dan, probably because they didn't know what to do with Sansa. For the second aspect of good writing, it has to move the plot forward and set up future conflicts. For this, we have the scene between Lady Olenna and the High Sparrow.
You are the few. We are the many. And when the many stop fearing the few.
So that final line, "You are the few and we are the many," implies a future conflict that gets completely dropped in Season 7. And this happens because at the end of Season 6, when Cersei blows up the Great Sept, there are no ramifications for her actions. In actuality, there should have been a massive revolution where the citizens of King's Landing took over the Red Keep, because as stated in Season 5,
You are the few. We are the many.
So this makes some of the build-up in Season 5 seem like a waste of time, along with it not having proper payoff later on. For the last aspect of good writing that gets violated, let's look at world building. To me, this is the most significant aspect because Game of Thrones has a massive fantasy world that has so much depth. And for this point, I have a big example, which is the complete exemption of the Bran storyline. A part of what makes Bran's storyline so interesting and powerful at this stage in the story is that he can travel to any point in time. He can effectively show us any aspect of the world that is still a mystery. They did this to a very small degree in Season 6, but imagine if that subplot was extended throughout Season 5. We could have gotten more answers to the world, especially with answers regarding the White Walkers. But instead, David and Dan for some reason cop out and don't even bother including Bran in Season 5.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
My only assumption for this is that David and Dan couldn't come up with a good enough story and just made a shortened version of his journey in Season 6. But yeah, overall for this point, David and Dan show they aren't the best writers given that they sacrifice proper character development, setting up the plot, and building the world. For the final reason as to why Season 5 is so mediocre, I want to go into a couple unsatisfying conclusions for this season. So for the first conclusion, this one has pissed off a lot of people, and that is the demise of Stannis Baratheon. The actual ending of him getting killed by Brienne of Tarth and losing the war is fine, but the overall build-up to that conclusion made it very unsatisfying and anticlimactic. This is mostly due to Stannis not doing anything for most of the season, as pointed out when I talked about the Doll subplots. However, this directly affects his conclusion because there's a complete lack of any interesting or engaging build-up to lead to his demise. If you look at his defeat for King's Landing, the build-up to that fight was engaging, and every dialogue scene along the way with Stannis made us care more about his journey. Stannis deciding to kill his brother, conspiring with the Red Priestess to use black magic, his debates with Davos, and Stannis deciding to push on even after losing a large portion of his fleet are all examples of great build-up to his inevitable defeat. For Season 5, however, a lot of this happens off-screen. His army just leaves in the night.
The Stormcrows rode off last night.
Many deserted before dawn.
How many?
Nearly half.
Melisandre yeets out of there without talking about it.
The Lady Melisandre was just seen riding out of camp.
And the weather, if anything, ended up beating Stannis, which is just stupid. Using weather as a plot device to hinder a character's journey is unsatisfying to watch unfold. We want to see someone genuinely lose a battle instead of losing to snow.
We're running out of food. We can't open the supply line until the snow clears.
That's like saying there was a terrible storm at sea when Stannis was trying to attack King's Landing, and he lost most of his fleet. It's just bad writing. Instead, have the characters make genuine mistakes, or have the other side outsmart them at every turn. Similar to Tyrion blowing up the Blackwater. This is close to what Ramsay did in his strategy since he led a surprise attack against Stannis, but at that point in the story, it was already too late and everyone knew that Stannis was going to lose. The only satisfying lead up to Stannis' demise was the death of Shireen. Through a true act of desperation, he decided to sacrifice his daughter to the Lord of Lights in order to give himself better odds in the war. But that was really the only interesting scene in Stannis' journey for Season 5. For a second conclusion that is pretty unsatisfying, we have the death of Jon Snow. Initially, I really enjoyed the conclusion when the show was airing, and I thought that the show was returning to one of the main characters. Basically undercuts the severity of what happened, and looking back at that conclusion, it feels as though it's just there for shock value and to end the season on a crazy cliffhanger. So after rewatch especially, this ending loses a lot of its weight. By the way, I think the scene itself is enjoyable given the heartbreaking portrayal of Ollie, but it could have been much better if David and Dan gave us more scenes of Jon and Ollie actually bonding together, besides Ollie just being Jon Stewart. So yeah, these were my 4 overall points as to why I think Season 5 of Game of Thrones is pretty mediocre. It has dull subplots, it has a forced character death that essentially marks the downfall of the show, it shows off how much worse David and Dan's writing ability is, and the season has some pretty unsatisfying conclusions, besides a few good ones like with Cersei. This is also me primarily talking about the flaws of the season, and there are some gems there, like with Hardhome. But anyways, if you like this video analyzing Season 5, then I've made 2 prior videos on Season 4 and 1. The next season I'll most likely do will be Season 6, and then after that I'll probably do Season 7. I hope you enjoyed the video, and let me know what you thought about Season 5 of Game of Thrones in the comments.
Mangoes keep grandness of royalty. Fruitio mango nectar, the real taste of nature.
A month ago, I ran a poll asking people what they thought of Game of Thrones Season 6. My theory was that the reception of Season 6, especially after the end of the show, was pretty mixed. And we can see from the poll results that it's a little split despite there being a majority for good. For the aim of the video, I wanted to analyze the season as a whole and determine where I think it would fall on the spectrum and why the season is so mixed. So first, let's look at the disparity in the quality of writing within Season 6. And what I mean by this is that from scene to scene, or even in the same scene, the quality of writing drastically changes. We can have genuinely good moments that are immediately followed by horrible moments. The best way to illustrate this point is by obviously showing examples. I won't pull from the most popular moments from the season, so instead we'll look at some normal scenes throughout some of the episodes. So the first example I have happens within the same scene where Theon supports Yara's claim to the Salt Throne. I think this was a pretty good moment because it acts as a fulfilling character arc for Theon's redemption and how he betrayed Yara in Season 3. It's overall very wholesome and gives us some long-awaited payoff between these 2 characters. But then, the scene is ruined when it's followed by a horrendous appearance by Euron Greyjoy. He basically comes in blaring a bunch of annoying nonsense. Funnily enough, he admits to even killing Balon Greyjoy, and for some reason, nobody cares. Not a single person was loyal to him? Then, when Theon raises this good argument,
"You weren't here. Last I heard, you were gallivanting around the world having a grand old time."
Euron replies with a cock joke.
That's the sort of thing you start to say once your dick gets chopped off.
And after that, it just evolves into Euron spouting more cock jokes.
You even heard you have no cock. And give it to Daenerys Targaryen, along with my big cock.
Wow, this is hilarious, David and Dan. You really know how to introduce and create a compelling villain. Magnificent job. It's just jarring how the scene's quality subsided so quickly and how the writing took an immediate nosedive. For another example, I'll pull 2 back-to-back scenes that differ greatly in quality. The first one is Cersei and Jaime grieving over the loss of Myrcella. The opening of the scene is outstanding, with a slow push on Cersei as she slowly starts to realize that her daughter is dead. It's a great shot showing Cersei's evolution that then leads into her and Jaime's grief. Also, this scene isn't just them grieving because that would fundamentally be boring, but it also re-establishes Cersei and Jaime's compelling relationship. That, and Cersei spills the beans on her believing the prophecy about her children, which warrants a cool reaction from Jaime. It's a shame that we didn't get a scene like this when Tommen died, Cersei's last son, but that's a little off topic. This scene is then followed by Varys and Tyrion having a stroll through Meereen. And why is this scene so bad, you may ask? Because the dialogue that David and Dan write for these two characters is atrocious.
Because you have no cock.
These are the two smartest characters in the show, and their dialogue devolves into childish jokes. Are you kidding me? Then David and Dan make a joke where Tyrion seems as though he's trying to eat a baby? This entire scene adds practically nothing to the beginning episode, and the only revelation is that the Sons of the Harpy are still terrorizing Meereen, which could have been disclosed in some random dialogue scene. But from these examples, I start to see multiple trends for Season 6. Since David and Dan are running out of source material, they were apparently only supplied an outline for the Winds of Winter. Now, as to how developed the outline is a mystery, so the only explanation for the disparity in writing I can think of would be David and Dan cherry-picking good lines of dialogue and moments from the outline and then adding in their own material. Because this inconsistency is so jarring to the point of where I don't know whether to like or dislike some of the episodes. We can have Tyrion in one scene again making a cock joke, and then he immediately turns around and gives us a witty line. It just seems as though David and Dan are playing fill in the blank, and each blank they fill on is garbage. Like an example of a massive filler type scene is the play in Bravos that Arya watches. This feels like some weird deleted scene that should have been cut out, but ironically, David and Dan doubled down and decided to give us 2 play scenes. To give some context for this scene, Arya is supposed to be observing this girl, her target, since she's proving herself to be a faceless assassin, but she ends up watching the entirety of the play multiple times. Like, why are we spending so much time here, David and Dan? Oh yeah, comedy.
Oh no!
Also, on an unrelated note, it's driving me crazy that a random play in Bravos includes Tyrion in its recap of events, but the Song of Ice and Fire book being written at the end of Season 8 doesn't include Tyrion. Now that's pretty wild. But to conclude this point for Season 6, every episode is filled with both terrible and good moments, to the point of where the inconsistency of quality hurts each episode. It's easy to forget about some of the bad scenes and moments after not watching the season for a while and only remembering the best. But there is quite a bit of garbage you have to wade through to get to the good moments of this season. A part of why Season 6 comes across as being outstanding or good is that every subplot has some form of big payoff. This inherently increases the enjoyment factor of the season because we are getting epic resolutions to plotlines that have been building for several seasons. This is in large part a thank you to Season 5 because that season did a lot of build up for Season 6, and because of that, Season 5 was mediocre because of all that build up. Some examples include boring plotlines like Ramsay torturing Sansa, which fuels the Battle of the Bastards, Daenerys dealing with the Sons of the Harpy, which builds to their defeat in Season 6, and another one being Cersei having a feud with the Sparrows, which is paid off with the Great Sept Explosion. If you were to take away the payoff of Season 6, it would become more mediocre like Season 5, but with more bad scenes. However, that's not the case, so let's look at some of the payoff for Season 6 and see if it's actually good. The main example that annoys me the most that can definitely be improved is Arya's payoff of becoming a faceless assassin. This gets thrown into motion when the waif is sent after Arya for not killing the actress. For this initial moment where the waif stabs Arya, I listed it as being the 9th stupidest moment in the show for my top 25 most stupid moments in Game of Thrones video. This whole sequence is packed to the brim with abundant plot armor, plot conveniences, and an underwhelming end to the Bravos Faceless Assassin storyline. Also, this is a plotline in which the buildup was mainly Arya sitting around doing nothing like washing bodies and doing chores. So, we waited through 2 seasons to watch Arya kill the waif off screen, tell off Jaqen who never comes back, and then she kills Walder Frey, which was a good scene, but that was the last time she uses her powers. This overall payoff for Arya is underwhelming. It also sucks because conceptually this is one of the coolest subplots, which in essence is about assassins wearing the masks of other people, and it is somehow one of the least interesting subplots of the season. This is primarily because David and Dan barely do anything with this concept, and the climax is just a generic chase through a city. The only interesting thing that was done in Season 6 with Arya was her using her powers to kill Walder Frey, but again, that most likely came from George R. R. Martin's roadmap. And even its execution was very rushed given that Arya was in Bravos at the end of episode 8 and somehow made it to the twins by episode 10. So, before looking at another example of payoff, I know there are some really good instances like the Battle of the Bastards and the Great Sept Explosion, but I wanted to analyze those two sequences as a separate point at the end of the video because they are what is regarded as two very memorable moments in Game of Thrones. But going back to the payoff of other plotlines, we have Daenerys defeating the Sons of the Harpy. And yet again, this is another very underwhelming ending for a plotline that has been built up to for 3 seasons. The ending just consists of Dany coming back with her dragons and destroying one ship, and the enemy giving up. That's really it. It lasted about 5 minutes. It was overall a very lousy fight, if you can even call it a fight, and it made all the build-up seem like a waste of time. Because of this, the Sons of the Harpy plotline is even more unbearable to watch since it's really not worth it in the end. The 3 master villains are completely underdeveloped and barely have any screen time, so it makes Daenerys' victory seem even less satisfactory. To compare this with the High Sparrow, he has a lot more build-up, and through many different scenes, we learn how manipulative he can be, which thus makes him a more menacing villain. Not just some two-dimensional slave traders. And Daenerys has already freed the slaves, so that leaves the Masters as the only remaining obstacle in her plotline, and as an obstacle to overcome, they were just really boring. It's very apparent that this resolution is completely overshadowed by the Battle of the Bastards, given that they're in the same episode. It just feels like a betrayal to Daenerys' plotline to handle her 3-season arc victory in just about 5 minutes. I know she's technically really powerful and she can end the fight quickly, but having the enemy give up immediately is just boring. Have the Masters be more arrogant and stubborn in stopping their attack, so that Daenerys can have an even bigger slam dunk on them. This would at least create a more satisfactory outcome because we would see Daenerys' full strength at play. But in the scene's current state, it just felt like Daenerys was going easy on them, unfortunately. In terms of all the other payoff in the season, it was pretty good. The reveal that Jon Snow is a Targaryen through the Tower of Joy, Sansa getting her revenge, Sam starting his path of becoming a Maester are all very enjoyable. However, the 2 other big portions of payoff with Arya and Daenerys are so underwhelming that it leads to the season being more mixed. So, taking a break from talking about some of the payoff and plot lines, I want to look at an aspect that isn't discussed a lot, which is the cinematography. For Season 6, I think it looks the most beautiful out of the whole show. Whenever I think of Game of Thrones, this season stands out the most in terms of visuals. This could be attributed to the season getting a higher budget, which was an increase to 10 million per episode when it used to be 6 to 8 million. This does allow for sequences in the show that would otherwise not be possible to achieve with a smaller budget. The main one being the Battle of the Bastards and how epic the cinematography was in that episode. This singular shot of Jon Snow facing off the horde of the enemy is stunning. The zoomed in nature of the shot giving the illusion of the horses being closer than they actually are, the great perspective and juxtaposition of Jon versing the whole army, and the overall shot composition is perfect. And this is just one frame from an episode that is packed full with awe-inspiring visuals. Even this long take tracking shot of Jon Snow fighting his way through the battlefield is something we've never really seen before, especially for a TV show. This outstanding cinematography significantly boosts the quality of the episode, given that it's so visually appealing. Even though the Battle of the Bastards is flawed, which I'll get into later, it's overwhelmingly uplifted by magnificent visuals. It's kind of like the concept of a polished turd, but Battle of the Bastards is by no means a turd, so it's like a good scene that's polished to become even better and more memorable. And this is just an example of the cinematography in regards to the main action set piece of the season, but the actual cinematography during normal dramatic scenes is still breathtaking most of the time. Even during this scene where Ser Jorah is saying goodbye to Daenerys, the cinematography still knocks it out of the park. The smooth, creamy, shallow focus of these medium shots for Daenerys and Ser Jorah creates an aura of warm intimacy between them. For me, this elevates the emotional punch of the scene, and it gets even better when the scene progresses further and we transition to close-ups to capture the more detailed emotions. Any shot here looks like a painting, and the color palette is so satisfying. And this basically applies to almost any dialogue scene in the season. Another example being Kinvara talking to Varys. This utilizes the same techniques I highlighted previously, but I think the blocking and shot composition in this scene has a subtle and powerful impact. Throughout the scene, Varys was criticizing the Red Priests, and when Kinvara brings up Varys' past, the power dynamic shifts to Kinvara. This is emphasized visually when she steps closer to the frame, and it seems as though she overpowers Varys despite her being physically lower on the staircase. This is a very chilling scene that is boosted by the cinematography and obviously the great acting. To give one more supporting point as to why I think Season 6 has the best cinematography, I want to compare two different scenes from separate seasons that are in the same location. For this example, we'll be looking at two scenes from Winterfell that take place in Season 5 and 6. Right away, you can see that the lighting is a lot better in Season 6, or it's more thought out in terms of where the actors would be in relation to the lighting. For Season 5, some characters like Roose Bolton are not even lit properly, and the main light source is hitting his hands. In comparison to Season 6, where each character generally has a bright light on them, creating a nice contrast. Or, the light is behind the character, and it creates a highlight around their portraits. These shots are definitely better than the ones in Season 5, and I personally like the color correction more in Season 6, given that the saturation seems a bit higher. But overall, since the cinematography is so great in Season 6, I think it elevates the appeal of the season as a whole, despite some scenes or moments being genuinely bad. So, for the final point of the video, I wanted to analyze the two most memorable sequences from the season, and those are the Battle of the Bastards and the Great Sept Explosion. So first, let's look at the Battle of the Bastards. So as I said earlier in the video, this is undoubtedly a great action set piece that is uplifted by gorgeous cinematography. However, I think there is one essential flaw that hurts the sequence, which is how devoid of logic it is. First of all, Jon Snow is beefed the hell up with plot armor. The fact that he survived running into Ramsay's trap, survived 8 archer barrages, a cavalry charge, swarmed by enemies, and even smothered by his own allies is crazy. At the very least, he should have gotten some injuries from the battle, but he comes out unscathed.
You're right, I was luckier than most.
I find it funny that one run-in with Ygritte is more deadly than running face first into thousands of soldiers. Now, the reason why this use of plot armor is so heartbreaking is that it goes against the very nature of what Game of Thrones used to be, a show that had consequences for characters making mistakes. For Battle of the Bastards, Jon Snow should have died given that he played into Ramsay's trap. Imagine if Robb Stark miraculously got saved during the Red Wedding. It would just feel cheap. Instead, David and Dan structured the episode to include a Deus Ex Machina in which Sansa saves the day with the Veil. And this also raises another point that doesn't make sense, in that Sansa intentionally withheld the information that she had the support of the Veil for practically no reason.
I would have told you not to attack Winterfell until we had a larger force, or is that obvious too?
When will we have a larger force? We've pleaded with every house that'll have us.
She was just going to let Jon die potentially because she didn't trust him or something? Like what? I think this whole scenario is one of the most stupid events in the show, and it feels as though David and Dan wanted to limit Jon Snow's side to make it seem as though he was the underdog. In actuality, if the show made sense in the moment, Jon Snow should have rolled through Ramsay's army if he had access to the Veil from the beginning instead of them coming in later. So in general, the Battle of the Bastards sacrifices logic for epic spectacle. However, they could still have epic spectacle if David and Dan did a better job with the writing. So going on to the next sequence, we have the Great Sept Explosion. There is a lot about this sequence that is great, but I think it misses a core aspect of storytelling, and that is again a lack of consequence. As a self-contained sequence, it's pretty good, but you have to look at the larger picture given that this is a long-running series. As an example, a part of why the Red Wedding was so memorable was obviously the heartbreaking twist, and the impact it had on the world after the event took place. Everyone the episode after was talking about the Red Wedding, but who was really talking about the Great Sept Explosion after it happened? Do all the citizens of King's Landing just not care anymore? What happened to the importance of this line that was set up in the same season?
Every one of us is poor and powerless. And yet together, we can overthrow an empire.
The only scene we got as a result of the Great Sept Explosion was a few brief mentions from different characters and Jaime being mad at Cersei, but that wore off pretty quickly. So imagine if the Red Wedding had the same treatment in terms of the story afterwards. Instead of the North remembers, it would basically be the North forgets. There would be no lasting impact, and it would feel as though it wouldn't matter that much besides just ending a plotline. So, as it stands, the Great Sept Explosion acts as a means to only move Cersei to the Queen position of the Seven Kingdoms, and to delete a bunch of characters that will no longer be relevant to the story. This is the main negative aspect about this sequence, but there is obviously a lot of great aspects about it. I think by far the best aspect is the music. Ramin Djawadi really carries the scene, and it wouldn't be the same without the Trial of the Seven track. It also helps that David and Dan barely include any dialogue in this sequence, given that that's normally their worst contribution. But since there's barely any dialogue, this allows the cinematography and score to carry the sequence into the S-tier status. Also, the pacing of this whole sequence perfectly complements the music and creates some outstanding synergy. That slow ramp into the climax as the characters realize what's about to happen gives you chills every time. Overall, it's an awesome sequence that is unfortunately brought down by bad follow-up later on in the show. If Game of Thrones ended after Season 6, then the Great Sept Explosion would practically be perfect. But as it stands, I think it's pretty good and not utter perfection as some people may say. So with these two great sequences that are somewhat flawed, the appealing cinematography, payoff that is hit or miss, and the disparity in quality of writing puts this season in a more mixed reception. Because of this, I think Season 6 belongs around the area of good and okay. There are qualities that elevate this above the season being trash, however, there are aspects that bring the season down from it being outstanding. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the video, and if you liked it, I made other video essays on Season 1, 4, and 5. And for the next one, I'll be looking at Season 7 and where it goes wrong. Have a good day, and let me know what you think about Season 6 in the comments. Continuing on with the series of season critiques, we've made it to Season 7. From the title you can see I'm not particularly fond of this season, and I was kind of surprised that through this poll I ran, most people didn't necessarily dislike the season. For this analysis, I'll go into 3 main aspects as to why I think it's so bad, which all relate to the writing, and to me, that was the primary culprit of this season. Also, a lot of people critiquing the show just say that the writing in general is just bad as a vague term, but for this video I'll go into depth about which aspects of the writing have declined. First, we have the writing being rushed. And this is obviously a general statement to make, but this flaw leads to a lot of negative side effects, which are the pacing being overtly fast, a lack of intriguing dialogue to slow down that pace, not developing and exploring the subplots to their full potential, or just straight up abandoning plotlines altogether. Before I dive deeper into those flaws and show examples, I'll briefly explain why the writing was rushed in the first place. Since David and Dan by this time were becoming very popular, they were getting massive offers from Netflix and Disney to make content for them. In response to that, and partially because of burnout, David and Dan decided to make 2 shortened seasons instead of the 10 seasons that HBO and George R.R. Martin wanted. Dumb and Dumber even refused the help of more writers from HBO and wanted to take practically full ownership of Game of Thrones. This paired with a lack of source material led to a downfall in the writing. Now, this brings us back to the side effects of that rushed writing. The first side effect is the issue of pacing. Generally, the speed of the pace for a show or movie is determined by how fast you move through the plots. In Season 7, we have so many story events that are crunched into just 7 episodes. Meanwhile, in the earlier seasons, we would have like a few major story events in the course of 10 episodes. And why is this a bad thing, you may ask? Well, that's because you need to have a good balance of build-up and payoff, and to also have enough time for your characters to grow. A prime example of perfect pacing is in Season 2, where throughout the King's Landing subplot, Tyrion is learning how to be a great hand, while also being tasked with taking on the massive obstacle of defending King's Landing from Stannis. That is proper build-up to a major story event that thoroughly develops Tyrion as a character. But if the King's Landing subplot was similar to Season 7, we would have Tyrion defending the kingdom, having to marry Sansa, and then being accused of Joffrey's death, and being tried for it. This is how Season 7 is for Daenerys. She arrives to Dragonstone, goes through numerous battles, meets the King of the North and falls in love with him, has to save everyone from the White Hunt, and meets with Cersei for a ceasefire all in the course of one season. That's pretty nuts. And any scenes we get with her that includes dialogue is mostly Tyrion saying repetitive stuff like, "Don't burn down King's Landing, forehead, and don't use your dragons at all."
You'd be flying around the open seas alone for who knows how long.
I wouldn't be alone. I would have Drogon, Viserion, and Rhaegal. What can anyone do to them?
Which always leads to the same outcome of Dany hating Tyrion and ignoring his idiotic advice. That's not character development. Actually think about it, how does Daenerys change as a character throughout Season 7? Really the only major change to her is her falling in love with Jon Snow and seemingly becoming more compassionate. And again, that's extremely rushed. You're telling me these two people fell in love in practically 4 scenes? Along with Jon Snow being one of the main reasons her dragon got killed? Going from Daenerys being the most depressed she's probably ever felt at the loss of a child, to then having the hots for Jon in the course of 20 minutes is like emotional whiplash from cracked pacing. You need to slow down the pace so that the characters can breathe and express how they feel. Make it to where Daenerys is in a dark place and Jon pulls her out of the depths of depression, and that's how they fall in love. That could also act as proper foreshadowing to the Mad Queen arc, but yeah, I doubt David and Dan actually thought that much about it. Another issue with the pacing is that we don't really have a lot of in-between scenes to make it seem like time has passed. For example, in Season 1 when most of our characters are traveling to King's Landing, there are a lot of scenes along the journey to portray the passage of time, along with having great character and world-building dialogue in those scenes. But if you think about that journey, they get from Winterfell to King's Landing in just one episode. Meanwhile, in Season 7, all the main characters teleport to King's Landing for the ceasefire negotiations between the transition of one episode. The reason why this passage of time feels contrived is that there are no in-between dialogue scenes during that journey. And that's a massive missed opportunity given how many main characters were on the ship heading to King's Landing. The possibility for riveting dialogue scenes were endless. But again, since David and Dan are rushing to their conclusion and overall story events, the pacing is artificially fast when it should be slower with the inclusion of more intriguing dialogue like the earlier seasons. For another side effect of rushed writing, we have the underdevelopment of subplots or just abandoning them altogether. For this point, I'll jump right into an example, and that's the underdevelopment of Cersei's subplots. Throughout Season 6, David and Dan seem to be alluding to there being a big uprising.
One of us poor and power, and
To rule over millions who want you dead. Half the city will starve when winter comes, the other half will plot to overthrow you. The queen slaughters babies.
So when Cersei destroys the Sept and everyone seemingly hates her, there's a big opportunity to further develop that subplot to show the difficulties of running a kingdom while everyone hates you. But instead for Season 7, that whole potential area of conflict vanishes, and that leaves a very limited number of scenes for Cersei, since now her only relevancy to the story is fighting Daenerys. The way this ties into the writing being rushed is that David and Dan just didn't give themselves enough time to properly tie up all the loose ends, so they just wanted to focus on the main storyline. This also plays into heavily simplifying different aspects of the story to make it easier to write, like not utilizing time travel with Bran's powers, or anything besides crows really, Arya's whole faceless assassin skill set, the Azor Ahai prophecy, overall magic, and numerous other abandoned plotlines. It's inherently easier to write a story with less complex elements at play, along with dozens of plotlines and different aspects of the story that have to pay off. This in turn makes it significantly shallower and more superficial with selective focus on a couple areas of the story. It in turn to show much worse when compared to the season where everything was and explored down to the finest details. Moving on to another glaring flaw in the writing is that it is extremely contrived. What I mean by this is that Dumb and Dumber forced different plot points in the story to happen with very little explanation or logic. The most prevalent example of this is the journey beyond the wall to kidnap a white. The overall logic behind this plot point makes practically no sense, because in what world would Cersei of all people actually help her enemy? Especially considering that this plan is coming from Tyrion, who quote-unquote understands his sister. But with this flawed and horrendous logic, we now have two big set pieces of action and drama that are suddenly forced into existence. Even if the story as according to George R. Martin was leading there, the execution was completely butchered by Dumb and Dumber. In getting there, they completely compromised Tyrion and the intellect of every character involved. Then if you look at the episode more closely, why didn't they just use Daenerys' dragons to fly in and swoop up some whites in the dragon's claws? Or at least use the dragon as a form of immediate extraction? How did Jon and his entourage think that they could get their hands on a white without any White Walkers noticing? Oh, because Dumb and Dumber wanted an epic action scene to instill a false sense of entertainment that is unearned. Then, when zooming in even closer to examine the logistics of that action scene, literally every character should have died, but were protected by plot armor. How convenient that the Night King waited for the ice to refreeze for 24 hours when it was shown that the whites can just swim. Or how convenient that the Night King didn't harpoon Drogon, who was a much easier target to hit, and who had every main character on him that opposed him. Season 7 is basically packed to the literal brim with these types of moments and scenes filled with plot armor, contrivances, and conveniences. Like, let's have a big action scene where Daenerys rolls and smokes everyone with Drogon. Oh, but we don't want to kill Jaime yet or have him get captured, so let's force a stupid scenario where he actually survives. And we would also like a scene where Tyrion and Cersei reunite to show off their acting chops, which requires Jon Snow to act like a dumbass. Overall, if most of the story events are forced into existence, then nothing feels natural and it calls attention to the characters doing stupid things to move the plot forward. It becomes a big issue of the story driving the characters, instead of the characters driving the story with their coherent decisions. For the last big issue of writing, we have the butchering of characters. In other words, Dumb and Dumber not knowing how to write the main characters at all. Which is kind of sad considering that by default, David and Dan had to be extremely familiar with the source material to have even gotten this far in making the show. But anyways, first we have Jon Snow. A character that has devolved into just parroting the same lines over and over and has no real character development past season 6. This especially gets worse in season 8, but it started in season 7. All the dialogue that relates to his character solely exists to only move the plot forward. Either he'll drone on about needing to fight the Night King, needing more allies, or just needing anything the protagonists in general need.
When I left Winterfell, I told you we need allies or we will die. But more importantly, we need allies. I told you we needed allies. We need allies. Powerful allies.
If we're gonna be allies in this war, it's important for the Northerners to see us as allies.
A very shocking difference to how he was in the earlier seasons where it felt like he had an actual personality. Next, we have Arya, a character who criminally has literally nothing to do the whole season. Dumb and Dumber sidelined her character in this stupid forced drama between her and her sister Sansa, which, again, links back to the contrived writing of forcing these two characters into a conflict that can easily be solved by Bran clearing up the confusion. Which also happens off-screen to play up a contrived drama-enthused conclusion with Littlefinger where the audience doesn't know what's happening. Going back to Arya though, I don't know when she made the transition between being a psychopath who threatens her own sister more than the Lannister soldiers. That's pretty wild when you think about it. While we're here, we have Sansa, who similar to Arya, doesn't really have anything to do for the whole season. She becomes the acting queen of the North, but the show never gives her any obstacles to overcome while in that position to grow her character. The only obstacles being Arya and Littlefinger, who seemingly was AFK for most of the season until they killed him. So, not a very interesting obstacle to begin with. Yet again, another character who has very minimal things to do thanks to the rushed writing. On to the next Stark child, we have Bran, a character who is now a complete douchebag who doesn't care about anything, which is solidified by the fact that he doesn't even thank Mira Reed for everything she's done. Like, come on man, seriously? Bran wasn't really that likable to begin with, but he now just becomes insufferable and has nothing to offer to the show but to tell people that Jon is a Targaryen. Which is just saddening from an audience perspective due to him not using any of his powers besides his apparent crow fetish. Moving over to Daenerys, she is for the most part unchanged, but any dialogue scenes with potential development are either romancing Jon or arguing with Tyrion. If anything, the scenes with Tyrion makes it feel like she's regressing because she's rightfully choosing to ignore his terrible advice. I guess the writers wanted to allude to her becoming angrier and doing her own thing, but in the process they ruined Tyrion. Which brings us to Tyrion, a character who was once the smartest in the show who now becomes just as intelligent as the person writing him. The fact that Tyrion doesn't have a single line of good advice as an advisor is pretty tilting. From telling Daenerys to not use her dragons instead of just using them strategically, assaulting Casterly Rock instead of, defending Highgarden, the most valuable place in Westeros due to how much food and money they have, wanting her to let everyone die beyond the wall because it's too dangerous, and actually thinking that Cersei would help them fight against the army of the dead, along with the plan to kidnap a White. The only good advice Tyrion really gave was to spare the Tarleys and to form an alliance with the North, but that doesn't salvage the behemoth amount of bad advice he's given. The worst part about all of this is that the show doesn't set up Tyrion to become more stupid, or however the hell that can happen, to be honest. He does, however, become more worn down after killing his father, but that doesn't mean he loses his IQ. What I'm getting at here is, it would at least be understandable if there was a reason behind Tyrion's decline in brain functionality.
I suppose we should say goodbye, one idiot to another.
But it just comes across as Dumb and Dumber not being smart enough to write his character. So now that leaves us with just two more characters, Cersei and Jaime. For Cersei, in comparison to seasons 5 and 6, she takes a big step down. Because in those prior seasons, she was basically the protagonist of her own story, and she had a lot of great scenes that humanized her character and made us sympathize with her. But now, she's back as a primary antagonist, so she kind of loses those excess scenes that made us care for her as a character. There are a couple scenes with her having a romance with Jaime, which is fine, but the clear standout is her getting revenge on the Laria Sand. It's a fantastic scene, but it mostly acts as payoff for season 5, along with it giving more clout to Euron, which is never a good thing. But in general for this season, Cersei kind of becomes that stereotypical villain, and it feels like she loses the depth she had in the earlier seasons. Then finally we have Jaime Lannister. And surprisingly, this is the only character I liked in the season because he actually had a character arc. Not everyone needs a full-blown character arc in one season, and most of the time it happens over the span of multiple seasons. But none of the other main characters really have that over seasons 7 and 8, especially since the writing just gets worse. But going back to Jaime, at the start of season 7, he's mostly devoted to Cersei, and by the end, he decides to fight for what is right and defend the living from the dead. I think that's an overall good transition, and it stays true to his character being honorable. He was also involved with the spoils of war, and in that battle, I think Jaime offered a great perspective to how devastating Daenerys can be in war, despite him having a contrived exit from that sequence. But overall, a lot of the characters take a dramatic downturn in quality, whether it's doing stupid things that are out of character or becoming so dull that they're just unlikable. It creates a massive divide for fans following and loving these characters, and it's especially noticeable when they used to be much better. Writing, in essence, is the basic foundation of shows and movies, and if it's fundamentally flawed, then the end result of the show is just going to be bad, no matter how pretty the special effects are or how cool the action may seem. I think the grounded and realistic tone in the first 4 seasons are much better than the bombardment of action scene after action scene, and the story moving at ludicrous speed. The slow-paced, detailed nature with the occasional build-up to an epic action scene is peak Game of Thrones enjoyment for me, and not what Season 7 is. I can understand why some people may say that the season is okay, but I just think it's thrusted into the bad region primarily because of the writing. Regardless though, I hope you enjoyed the video, and let me know what you think about Season 7 in the comments. We finally made it to Season 8 of Game of Thrones for the series of season critiques. Ironically, for all the videos I made bashing Season 8, I've never actually made a full season analysis on it. For this video though, we'll be going through a coherent dive into the crazy amount of writing flaws that David and Dan have made, and we'll be determining why Game of Thrones Season 8 is the magnum opus of garbage. To start out, I think we should look at the simplest and an integral aspect of the season, which is its structure, and we can snowball from there. The structure of Season 8 is composed of 6 episodes, and I think that utterly hinders the season, because with fewer episodes, we can accurately figure out what will happen, and that makes it extremely predictable. A part of the structural strength from the earlier seasons was that they were made up of 10 episodes, so it was hard to predict the flow of the story. For Season 8 though, you can easily tell what each episode will be composed of. Now, this may not seem overly bad per se, but I think a lot of enjoyment comes from not knowing what will happen, because we want to be surprised and amazed. But obviously not in a bad way like killing Rhaegal randomly in an idiotic subvert expectations kind of moment. The reason why the structure is this way in the first place is that David and Dan wanted to finish the show in as few episodes as possible. Which, this then branches into another issue in that the writing is flat out rushed. I went into detail about this for my analysis on Season 7, but any and all those flaws from Season 7 are absolutely amplified for Season 8. And the first issue being the pace. The pace for Season 7 was definitely fast, but the pace for Season 8 is extremely inconsistent as to how fast it can be. Let's take a look at Episode 4 as an example. We start out going from a big funeral to a dinner feast with a lot of developments like Gendry becoming the Lord of the Stormlands, Brienne and Jaime's relationship climaxing quite literally, then to Bronn threatening Tyrion and Jaime for Highgarden, Jon revealing his true identity to Sansa and Arya, Sansa leaking this information, Tyrion then leaking this information, Rhaegal dying, Missandei getting captured, Varys confirming that he's going to betray Dany, and meeting up with Cersei to ask for her surrender. Oh my god. And that's basically just the biggest plot points that happened. Then for the final episode, the pace drastically slows down, which is kind of jarring considering how quickly we were moving through the plot, and now we were getting scenes with filler in them. Like, instead of figuring out what happens to the Dothraki as an example, we get an extended scene of Tyrion fixing chairs. I'd definitely take having a slower pace over speedrunning through the story, but if you're including scenes that have no substance, then you're just wasting everyone's time. That's ridiculous when compared to Season 2 as an example, where there's not a single moment of filler and entire episodes are carried by dialogue scenes alone. The reason why that was possible was that the dialogue was riveting and had so much depth. But in Season 8, the dialogue scenes lack that much depth because David and Dan move on to other scenes very quickly. An example being Jon telling Daenerys that he is a Targaryen, and the second she brings up a point of conflict and Jon contesting the throne, the scene abruptly ends with the introduction of the White Walkers. Or looking at a smaller example where Daenerys and Sansa are having a conversation together, and just when things are heating up, Theon randomly enters the scene and stops any form of conflict confrontation. This happens quite often for a lot of dialogue scenes, and if they're actively shortened, then this aspect of the show that inherently slows down the pace is made ineffective. Without much exploration and dialogue and a bigger time commitment for them, it makes most of the scenes feel bland because they only fill the basic requirement to move the story forward, while not developing your characters thoroughly. This goes into the next side effect of the rush writing that is by far the most jarring, and that's the utter deterioration of dialogue. For a lot of dialogue scenes, they lack the substance and weight they had in their earlier seasons. One example being Jon reuniting with Arya, which I was really hyped to see them getting back together. They loved each other in Season 1, and Jon was someone who saw Arya for who she really was, and that led to some great chemistry, despite it being brief. But when you look at their reunion, all they do is hug, show off their swords, and then they immediately change the subject to Sansa. The happiness of the reunion fizzles out so quickly and devolves into an awkward exchange of showing off their swords as if they don't know what to say to each other. It feels like David and Dan simply just didn't know how to write this scene, so it's completely devoid of any quality material. Each of these characters have gone on such rich and dark journeys, and finally they meet back up with someone they love, but all David and Dan can muster is a simple hug and looking at swords? Outstanding! Also, on the subject of substance in terms of dialogue, a lot of it is either recycled from the earlier seasons.
With a belly full of wine and a girl's mouth around my cock.
With a belly full of wine and a girl's mouth around my cock?
Men decide where power resides. Power resides where men believe it resides.
Power resides where men believe.
Shut your mouth.
Feels very awkward and stupid.
That is actually contain actions. See?
It's only there to advance the story, or just totally misplaced comedic relief.
Because I have both. You don't.
We don't have any thought-provoking conversations that are imbued with rich lore and character building, like in most King's Landing dialogue scenes in the earlier seasons. I only think there's one usage throughout Season 8, and that single line stuck out so much because of the pure disparity in quality.
The perils of self-betterment. What's she like down there?
What? That's not your concern.
The earlier seasons had literary devices in spades, and it made the dialogue feel so witty and it had a lot of meaning to be unpacked. Now it's just clear and cut basic trash, and only does the bare minimum to move the plot forward.
How did you find each other?
We met up at the last hearth.
The dead got there first. The big woman's still here?
And that's assuming David and Dan are doing the bare minimum, because sometimes they don't even include dialogue scenes where they should be, or are actively cutting them down, which is really sad due to the sheer number of characters in Winterfell. I think one of the worst letdowns in this area that actually made me upset was when David and Dan cut away from telling Sansa and Arya his true identity. This has to be the biggest blue balls of the century. Like, how are you going to cut away during one of the biggest reveals to these two characters who love Jon? Their reaction alone to the initial announcement should have been crazy, but we don't even see how they take the information. We are left to assume how Arya and Sansa reacted, which is just horrendous writing. This scene should have been an easy slam dunk, but David and Dan were just too lazy to write it, I guess. And for some other examples where David and Dan took shortcuts in terms of dialogue scenes, we never had Arya and Daenerys meet, Jaime and Bran's confrontation lasts less than 1 minute, David and Dan cut away from Bran and Tyrion's conversation, and we never get a dialogue scene between Sansa and Theon, considering they were really happy to see each other again. At this point, I don't know whether or not David and Dan were just cutting out these scenes to rush to the end of the show, or if they genuinely can't come up with good dialogue scenes to save their lives. It's truly saddening that Game of Thrones has stooped this low when dialogue used to be its strongest attribute.
Managed WordPress hosting by Hostinger. Here are 3 super features to...
Going into another foundation of writing, we have story direction. Now the result of the direction seems mostly natural, like the Mad Queen arc, the living overcoming the dead, Cersei and Jaime's demise, and Bran becoming the king. However, the execution for all these big plot points were completely ruined. For Bran becoming king, the entire ceremony where he is elected exhibits a scary level of idiocy. Like, the first thing being that Tyrion is electing someone off of the basis that what makes a good king is a story. That on its own is horrible logic, and the fact that anyone is taking him seriously is kind of shocking. The public opinion on Tyrion is not good, and he has constantly failed Daenerys at every turn when he was her hand. And now he's picking the new king? If anything, Tyrion should have practically no credibility, and I'm curious why Grey Worm even bothered to bring him out of his cell. Then, when picking Bran, he thinks that he has the most interesting story because he's a three-eyed raven, which is obviously debatable, but how does anyone even know what the three-eyed raven means? Does every lord just believe Bran and no one is confused by his powers? Then there's the whole issue of no one opposing the idea of the Starks taking full control of Westeros, given that Sansa will be ruling the North as an independent kingdom. Especially since Yara Greyjoy wanted independence, and Dorne throughout the show has also been sharing a similar mindset. So the fact that no conflict is brought up from this decision destroys the political undertones that used to be in the show. If this was more realistic, they would be arguing and all fighting for their selfish desires, not just sitting back and letting the main character seize power without any form of conflict. Then for the last idiotic aspect of this scene, Bran alludes to seeing the future, and that is why he came all this way. Which any viewer should have immediately picked up on and would have been confused by, but the fact that this line flies right over Tyrion's head is pretty sad for his intelligence. Like, Bran literally just insinuated that he let all of this destruction and misery play out just so that he could be king. But nah, no consequences. This entire ending is executed in such a sloppy and careless manner that it feels like David and Dan aren't even trying. And this is just one of 4 of the major story events that they ruined in Season 8. For the living beating the White Walkers, David and Dan take such a boring and stereotypical means in finishing the Night King storyline. There is no depth, intriguing moments that extend the lore, or any twists that make the story go in a logical but unpredictable direction. It's just a generic battle that isn't even done well since you can't physically see anything and there's barely any good choreography. And that's pretty sad considering past battles have seemingly had better production values, along with having lower budgets. Then there's the countless devoid of logic moments like the Dothraki charging the Whites and them all dying, especially after the characters said they can't beat them in a straight fight.
We can't beat them in a straight fight.
To the horrible layout of the army, like having the trebuchets in the middle of their layout, and there being no trenches in front of the soldiers, to just name a couple glaring flaws. To even the defenseless people of Winterfell hiding out in the crypts where there is, you know, dead people. Then in terms of the actual story direction, having Arya kill the Night King has to be the most anticlimactic way to kill the biggest antagonist in the show. Considering that she's never interacted with any of the story elements related to the White Walkers, she's always been off on her own subplot battling antagonists that were relevant to her storyline. But her killing the Night King offers no character satisfaction of overcoming that obstacle because she's never been challenged by the Night King throughout her story. The death because of that feels significantly blander since there is no cathartic explosion for Arya in overcoming him. For Jon though, it would be such an overwhelmingly emotional triumph because he's been battling the undead since season 1, and the Night King is essentially his arch nemesis. You can kind of argue that Arya is defeating death as a whole, which is tied to her character, but if you were to reverse the scenario to Jon suddenly killing Jack and Nagar as he comes to seek vengeance on Arya or something, it doesn't fit within the story because they are unrelated, but only partially connected via theme. According to David and Dan though, our expectations need to be subverted, and I think this is a great example of doing something unexpected to surprise the audience at the complete detriment of the story. And you don't necessarily need Jon to kill the Night King, but having his demise come in a natural yet exciting manner. Also, before moving on, since we are on the subject of the undead, I find it funny that David and Dan didn't go into the lore of the White Walker symbols and only said this.
These are patterns that have mystical significance for the children of the forest. We're not sure exactly what they signify, but spiral patterns are important in a lot of different cultures in our world, and it makes sense that they would be in this world as well.
That's really sad. These symbols are so cool, we just decided to include them and they don't mean anything. Moving on to the death of Cersei and Jaime, similar to the death of the Night King, their demise also felt very underwhelming. And for the first aspect of their demise, let's look at their relationship. We see at the end of season 7 that Jaime breaks off his relationship with a manipulative Cersei by choosing to be honorable and fight for the living. Which I thought that was a great development for his character, and that perfectly aids his arc. However, when looking at the scene where Jaime leaves Brienne, his reasoning for going back to Cersei is very flawed.
I would have murdered every man, woman, and child in Riverrun for Cersei. She's hateful. And so am I.
In that moment, he refers to himself as being in the past tense and talks about all the bad things he has done for Cersei. But that literally doesn't matter anymore because he's changed. He has honorably defended Winterfell from an undead horde while also facing the demons of his past. So in essence, he rectified the flaws that plagued his character and thus becoming a better and more pure knight. And now suddenly he's like, oh, but I'm a hateful man and I still love Cersei. I think that's terrible and it degrades his arc. It gets even worse when David and Dan continue this trend when Tyrion decides to set him free and he says this.
To be honest, I never really cared much for them. Innocent or otherwise.
So it just feels so contrived because David and Dan wanted Jaime to go back to Cersei so they can die together, but in the process, they've ruined Jaime as a character. All they had to do was have a heartbreaking conversation where Tyrion breaks Jaime's illusion of Cersei being a good person. Then during that breakdown, have them come to the realization that Cersei needs to die, and the best way to do so is in Jaime's loving arms. If anything, it would be a mercy upon Cersei, because if Daenerys were to get her hands on her, then it would be a much more painful death. This also plays into the Valonqar prophecy of Cersei being killed by one of her brothers. So if Cersei and Jaime's death were to play out in this manner, I think their ending would be much more cathartic and satisfying of an ending. Because currently they just briefly reconnect, Jaime says the same bullshit about how they are the only ones that matter in the world, again.
Nothing else matters.
Especially after he said that in season 6.
We're the only ones who matter, the only ones in this world.
And originally back in season 1.
Until you and I are the only people left in this world.
Pog, more recycled dialogue, and then they die to a bunch of bricks. How is this in any way a good ending for your characters? Jaime regresses back to where he was in earlier seasons, and Cersei is just on autopilot of shock and sadness the whole time. There is nothing of substance, satisfaction, or any groundbreaking moment or revelation. Just a terrible ending to two of the best characters in the show. For the last big story event we'll be looking at, we have the Mad Queen arc. For this arc, I think it mostly went pretty well up until the end, because Daenerys' main goal was to defeat Cersei and to liberate the people of King's Landing. However, when looking at how she carries out that goal, Daenerys unjustly and for no reason kills a bunch of innocent people. This action drastically goes against who she fundamentally was as a character, because her main value throughout the show has always been saving and liberating people held under tyranny.
The blood of my enemies, not the blood of innocents.
And most of the time, those people wanted to be saved as well, but for King's Landing, the people seem to be worshipping Cersei instead, and this is the main cause that leads Dany to use fear instead of love. This whole aspect of the Mad Queen arc is extremely flawed for two reasons. Firstly, the people of King's Landing should not be worshipping Cersei at all. If anything, they should be scared of her, because if she blew up the Sept to get away from her enemies, then what would she do if Daenerys takes hold of the city? Then for the second reason, how can Daenerys be mad at the public of King's Landing for following Cersei if she's actively lying to them and telling them that the foreigners will kill them all? Which Daenerys plays into like an idiot. All she had to do was destroy the Red Keep and defy the expectations of her being a crazy revenge-fueled Targaryen. If anything, she would still be carrying out her revenge, but just not on the people who did her no harm. But hey, David and Dan are taking the every time a Targaryen is born you flip a coin phrase literally, and forgot that Dany is a complex character. Villains aren't black and white, and George R. R. Martin made this very clear with the primary villains being misunderstood. Cersei doing anything to protect her children, Tywin protecting the family's legacy at all costs, or Joffrey growing up with a terrible, dysfunctional family and having to inherit the throne at a young age. Daenerys should have an equally complex turn into being the Mad Queen, but what we get is an underdeveloped mess. And the biggest point of that mess being when she snaps and destroys King's Landing. Because in that moment, there was no inciting incident for her to go crazy. She won the battle and was reserved in terms of her damage output and not killing innocents. Like, maybe it would make sense if the battle began with the death of Missandei and that was the reason Daenerys snapped? Despite David and Dan giving us barely any scenes between Dany and Missandei. Literally one of their only interactions throughout season 7 and 8 was them briefly talking about Jon Snow for like 10 seconds. Maybe more dialogue scenes with character relationship growth is a good thing and not rushing to the conclusion. It would be a lot more devastating of a death towards Daenerys if Missandei actually came across as being her best friend, and she was the last piece of normality anchoring her down to humanity. Instead, Missandei's death scene is so awkward, especially since the objective of that scene was to make Cersei surrender, which would never happen. But yeah, Daenerys' Mad Queen arc as a whole is illogical, and it fundamentally breaks her character at the climax, along with it not having enough build-up. Now that we have finished going over the execution of the biggest points in the story, let's now talk about how David and Dan decimated the main characters of the show. This was one of the subjects for my analysis on Season 7, but I think it would make sense to follow up on that for Season 8, considering that David and Dan somehow did an even worse job on this season. So two characters we've already went over with some depth is Daenerys and Jaime, and there's really not much more to add since their arcs were directly tied to their major story events. With that in mind, let's look at Jon Snow. This poor guy has been getting railed since Season 6, and he hasn't had a lick of interesting character development since he was in love with the Ygrittes. Now Jon is stuck in a purgatory state of mediocrity, and it feels like his emotional core is stuck in limbo. David and Dan don't help in this matter at all, and essentially give Jon 4 dialogue options in every scene he's in, which squanders any sort of personality he had left. Those options being, "You are my queen, I don't want it," saying we need some random thing for the plot, and just saying nothing and acting puzzled. Every scene he's in plays like a shitty version of a Telltale game. In practically every scene in which Jon is embroiled with the subject of his claim to the throne, he generally defaults to one of these dialogue options.
I don't want it.
Since this is the deepest his dialogue ever gets, that translates over to having such a shallow and hollow character. Because dialogue is the best way to express the complexities of what motivates and drives a character. And when this is the deepest that Jon goes, it's really hard to understand and sympathize with him. If he were delivering intricate lines that utilize outstanding literary devices to thoroughly express how he felt, then I think Jon would at least be more interesting. Although that doesn't really fix him entirely, and another one of his main problems is that he doesn't have a good character arc this season. The main revelation for his character is that he is a Targaryen, and that basically had no lasting impact on the plot, besides making Daenerys angry that he wouldn't have sex with her anymore. And that was it, because no one in the ending ceremony even considered pardoning Jon to be the king, and he just screwed off and went north. Even though the Unsullied left Westeros, so they wouldn't be able to make sure Jon went back to Castle Black, which the whole Grey Worm Jon conflict annoys me, but that's just going off topic. How the Aegon arc should have gone, and what would have been the most satisfying, would be Jon coming to the realization that he needs to inherit the throne for the good of the realm. Similar to how he was assigned Lord Commander and the King of the North. You can have him start out initially not wanting it, but after seeing Daenerys slowly turn and go crazy, he would understand that she would be another tyrant and he has to betray her to take the throne for the good of the people. Currently, he just feels like a plot device to kill Daenerys because he does nothing else and has no personal drive or any form of desires. Jon is one of the most selfless people in the show, and he risked everything for the Free Folk and the North, despite not wanting to initially do so. But when it comes to Westeros as a whole, he is now suddenly a selfish person who denies the throne and doesn't want to help anyone? What? Next, we have Sansa, and Sansa this season is such an annoying brat. The fact that she spends the entirety of the season just complaining about Daenerys and her army is such a childish thing to do. Being openly angry with someone doesn't seem like a smart move, let alone trashing on them when they are literally saving your kingdom. How does that tactically help you in any way? Even Arya has to tell Sansa that they obviously needed help, as if it wasn't obvious. Like, did she think they were fine on their own? It just feels like David and Dan are forcing Sansa into the prisoner that doesn't trust anyone, even though they are clearly helping them. I know that by getting Daenerys' help, they'll have to repay that debt by taking King's Landing, but that seems like a pretty great deal since Dany has dragons and will be doing the heavy lifting during the battle. Then throughout the entire season, Sansa only has one use to the overall story, and that's to tell Tyrion Jon's true identity, which then snowballs into Varys telling everyone. Without that aspect, or if you traded that scene in with Tyrion finding out that information from Bran or something, Sansa doesn't have much of a use to the story this season. Her running Winterfell and any challenges that incurs falls into the background. Like there was an obstacle that arose with the issue of food supply and feeding Daenerys' army, but that conflict vanishes, and it was yet again another excuse for Sansa to whinge about Dany.
I'm not whinging. Your lips are moving and you're complaining about something. That's whinging.
So yeah, this season makes me lose all respect for Sansa. David and Dan tried to portray her as a strong, independent, and smart force to be reckoned with, but any scheming skills she learned from Littlefinger seem to have disappeared. Moving over to Arya, this is the only character that isn't entirely decimated by David and Dan. They handled the revenge arc pretty well, with Sandor Clegane opening Arya's eyes to what revenge can do to a person. It never really felt right for Arya to kill Cersei, and I always felt like this was the most natural and satisfying turn of events for her character. This is really the only aspect in which I think David and Dan did right. Because Arya throughout Game of Thrones has been someone who longed for family and valued that highly. Her journey was so dark and brutal, and family was always the form of normality for her character. She even found comfort in being with the Hound in Season 4, and she literally dropped everything to go back to Winterfell in Season 7. In Season 8 though, it feels like she could care less about family. Arya's whole reunion with Jon felt awkward and stilted. She barely ever interacts with Bran, and they don't even have a moment of emotional embrace after killing the Night King. And Arya's relationship with Sansa is practically non-existent since they spent so much time on the conflict between them in Season 7, but spent no time on mending their relationship in Season 8. Arya even reaffirms her position that family is important in this scene.
We're family. The four of us. The last of the Starks.
However, in the end, she chooses to randomly drop everything and become Christopher Columbus? That whole aspect about her character feels very inconsistent, and if anything, she could just ask Bran to send ravens to explore what's west of Westeros. Then for Gendry, it feels very disappointing that their entire relationship build-up was just so that Arya could have sex before she possibly died. She then casts him away as if he was nothing, and apparently loving someone means that she has to be a lady. I mean, she can easily be whatever kind of person she wants to be while loving Gendry. Like, that could be one of their conditions, and I'm sure Gendry would comply. I think the direction David and Dan should have taken there would be that the reasoning Arya didn't want to permanently be with Gendry would be because of her obsessed bloodlust for Cersei. And having been broken out of that bloodlust by Sandor, Arya would gravitate back to family and love, not into an unknown adventure. Then finally we have Cersei, and to be honest, there's not much to be dissected here because David and Dan literally gave her nothing to do in Season 8.
You have been stripped of your dignity and authority, publicly shamed, and confined to the Red Keep. What's left to work with?
Her contributions this season are complaining about elephants, killing Missandei, and staring out a window for an entire episode. And that's it. That's really depressing considering that she used to be the most layered and complex villain in the entire show. We went from Season 5 and 6 of her being a POV character, in which she had a lot of conflict to overcome, to now, her biggest conflict behind the scenes being that the Golden Company didn't bring elephants. That's a striking difference, and it goes to show how shallow Cersei is now. And that's about it. There are obviously major contrivances and devoid of logic aspects about Season 8 that I could go into further, but I think that would make this video over an hour long. Along with those issues being consistently present throughout most of the points I raised in this analysis. For this series of season critiques, I still have Seasons 2 and 3 left, so I'll probably go back to them soon.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to the Daenerys Targaryen Theory Iceberg. It's going to be a great one today. I'm wearing the rose-colored glasses today because that's how I look at Daenerys Targaryen, according to some people, through rose-colored glasses. That's right. She is my favorite character, though. This is going to be an iceberg stream. Icebergs are usually just lists of theories. I have sort of modified the format so that we're sort of building icebergs of ideas that aren't just random pieces of snow, but an actual iceberg, an entire picture, like the Great Empire of the Dawn iceberg. We started simple, and by the time we got to the end, we basically were putting together the entire magical backstory of the story. With the White Walker iceberg, we started small, and we eventually finished up with what the White Walkers want.
The Netherlands is a small country in the northwest corner of Europe that most people these days associate with urban planning YouTubers and amazing bicycling infrastructure. But at first glance, this country may still appear rather unassuming. It's only a little larger than the US state of Maryland is, but with a population of nearly 18 million people all contained within it. The Netherlands is among the most densely populated countries anywhere in the world today. The country's density of people is about on a par with India, and when excluding small city-states, the country is the densest population of people in Europe, behind only Malta, which itself is only a tiny island state. Nonetheless, 18 million people is still a rather small population at a global scale, and it's only enough to make the Netherlands the 69th largest country in terms of people. While of course in terms of land, the country is even smaller and ranks down at only 131st place worldwide. But despite not having a lot of land and not having a lot of people, the Netherlands punches far, far above its weight in global importance. And I'm going to argue here that the Netherlands is by far the most overpowered country relative to its size in Europe today. Take the country's exports, for example. Somehow, despite being among the world's smaller countries in terms of land and people, the Netherlands is among the absolute biggest countries in the world in terms of how much stuff they export out to the global market. In terms of value of goods and services, the Netherlands is currently the 5th largest exporter in the entire world, pumping out way more goods and services toward the global market than dozens of other countries many times its size are capable of, like India, the UK, or Italy. And when you dig deeper into what kinds of goods and services the Dutch are exporting, it still gets even more interesting. It probably shouldn't be a surprise to most people that the United States of America is the most dominant agricultural superpower in the world. The country has the second highest amount of total arable land in the world behind only India, while the United States even further completely controls the largest continuous stretch of farmland located anywhere in the world too. The Mississippi River Basin. With a population only a fraction of India's, the United States is capable of producing far more food than it actually needs for itself. And so, it's no surprise then that the United States is the largest exporter of agricultural products in the world. But if you had to guess which country is the second largest exporter of agricultural goods in the world, your mind might wander around other huge countries with extensive farmland like Russia, Ukraine, France, China, or even Brazil. very few people would immediately know that despite only having 5% of the population as the United States, and despite the United States possessing a whopping 234 times more land, the little Netherlands is actually the second largest exporter of agricultural products in the world, and is somehow able to pump out more than 2/3 of all the agricultural goods to the world market than America does. Once again, beating out countries that are way bigger than it, like Brazil, Germany, and China in the process. In terms of global trade, the little Netherlands is truly one of the world's great powers, and that brings with it some majorly outsized economic power. Despite only being the 131st largest country in terms of land and only the 69th largest country in terms of people, the Netherlands is the 17th largest country in terms of economic size, controlling an annual GDP that is larger than Turkey's despite having only 1/5 of the population. Perhaps even more impressively, the Dutch economy is presently more than half the size of Russia's, the biggest country in the world that sprawls across Eurasia and that has more than 8 times as many people as the Netherlands does. So how did the Netherlands manage to pull off this massively outsized influence on the world stage? What is it about this country that makes it the most overpowered in Europe? And why is its influence so frequently overlooked today when it really shouldn't be? To begin with, it's important to clarify how the geography of the Netherlands directly lends to the country's ability to project trade power, and always has. The country occupies this perfectly positioned spot that's almost dead in the center of Europe, roughly equidistant from Spain and Portugal in the west and from Russia in the east. This position has always made the Netherlands a natural stopover point for trade between Russia and Scandinavia in the east, and Spain and Portugal in the west. An advantage that is only massively amplified by the fact that many of Europe's mightiest rivers empty out directly at this location as well. The Rhine, Meuse, Scheldt, and Ems rivers all empty out in the North Sea through the Netherlands and are all highly navigable for most of their lengths, granting easy commercial access to the Dutch coast, deep into the hinterlands of Germany, Switzerland, and France that can be traversed by cheap and easy-to-use river barges. This has made the Netherlands ideally positioned for commerce and trade for centuries. But it's also a double-edged sword, because the rivers emptying out here essentially means that the entire country is basically a giant river delta that's almost surrounded by water, and the Dutch relationship with water virtually defines this entire country. The water simultaneously presents a major threat and a major opportunity to the Netherlands. On the one hand, the very name of the Netherlands, translating roughly into English as the lowlands, gives a hint towards how much of a danger the water can pose. Roughly 26% of the country's landmass today is beneath sea level, and about half of the country is beneath 1 meter in elevation. The country is notoriously flat and low-lying, and the highest point in the entire country is located in the extreme south, far away from the ocean, and only stands at 322 meters high, which is basically just a big hill. This is why, when it comes to average elevation, the Netherlands is the 7th lowest country in the entire world and by far the lowest country in Europe. And even that's not really very fair, because most of the countries that are lower than the Netherlands are tiny Pacific Island states, and none of them are anywhere near to being as geographically large. So you have all of this super low-lying land directly adjacent to the North Sea, and all of these huge rivers that empty out into the country that basically make the Netherlands the gutter of Europe, which all combine to make the Netherlands among the most catastrophically flood-prone countries in the world. Even today, more than 1 in 5 people in the Netherlands lives in an area that's beneath sea level, or about 3.7 million people. To many countries around the world, their biggest national security threat is their immediate neighbors. Ukraine and Finland prepare for attacks from Russia. Israel prepares for attacks coming from all around them. India prepares for attacks from Pakistan, and South Korea from North Korea, and so on. In a sense, the Netherlands is no different today, but rather than any of their borders on land, it is their border with the sea that is the biggest threat. And rather than any attacks from human beings, it is attacks from the ocean itself that poses the greatest national security threat to the Dutch people. For centuries, the people who have lived here have fought tirelessly to push the ocean back and keep the water out from their lands, the evidence of which is littered all across the country today in the form of windmills that pumped water out of sodden farmland, canals that took the water out to the sea, and dikes that prevented more water from gushing in. More than 700 years ago, back in the 14th century, the Netherlands looked a lot more like this, with significant amounts of the country we know today being buried beneath the sea. Even the location of modern-day Schiphol Airport, the busiest airport in the Netherlands and the 3rd busiest airport in Europe, was underwater back then. But over the many centuries since that time, generation after generation of people in the Netherlands have spent their lives steadily pushing the water back with the aforementioned windmills, canals, and dikes, to the point where by the start of the 20th century, the Dutch had reclaimed roughly 1,285,000 acres worth of land from the sea and by draining lakes. But the Dutch didn't always want to push the water out of their country all the time. Sometimes they wanted to let it in as well. Since the Netherlands is a small but densely populated country that's about as flat as a pancake, the Dutch have never really had many natural geographic features to protect themselves against outside invaders coming from France or Germany. But in the 17th century, they realized that deliberately flooding their own low-lying lands in a controlled manner could serve the same defensive role that mountains do for other countries. And so, their geographic weakness of being susceptible to flooding could be cleverly transformed into geographic strength too. Over a period of 200 years from the 17th to 19th centuries, the Dutch tirelessly constructed the waterline, a series of water-based defenses that could be deliberately flooded in the event of an invasion to protect Amsterdam by nearly transforming the Holland region into an island. Later on, between 1880 and 1920, the Dutch constructed an even more extensive system of water-based defenses completely encircling Amsterdam that they called the Amsterdam Defense Line. The line formed a huge ring around the city of Amsterdam that could be deliberately flooded to a shallow depth of about 30 centimeters or 12 inches. Deep enough to be a geographic hindrance to infantry and cavalry, but shallow enough to prevent an enemy from using boats across it. Unfortunately for the Dutch, however, the creation of the Amsterdam Defense Line roughly coincided with the invention of the airplane and the tank. And so by the time that Germany invaded the Netherlands in 1940, the Amsterdam Defense Line was already obsolete. Nonetheless, over the centuries from 1300 to 1900, where the Dutch reclaimed nearly 1.3 million acres of land from the sea and lakes in the country, they also lost another 1.4 million acres of land area to the Zuiderzee, a shallow bay of the North Sea that was only about 4 to 5 meters deep that existed in the northwest of the country just to the east of Amsterdam. There had long been discussions within the Netherlands to drain the Zuiderzee and reclaim huge amounts of the land within it for human settlement for centuries, but the technological ability for them to actually do that was lacking up until around the late 19th century. It was then in 1891 that a man named Cornelis Lely actually drafted up a feasible plan to drain out the Zuiderzee, a plan that would become the basis for the later Zuiderzee works that would completely and radically transform the geography of the Netherlands forever. In 1916, a violent storm sent a surge of water from the North Sea into the Zuiderzee that overwhelmed several dikes around it and caused wide-scale flooding, which provided the impetus for the Dutch government to officially begin carrying out Cornelis Lely's grand vision for taming the Zuiderzee he had come up with 25 years previously. The first step of the plan called for the construction of a huge dam across the northern section of the Zuiderzee here, running between the Dutch provinces of North Holland and Friesland. The dam would be 32 kilometers or 20 miles long and would come to be called the Afsluitdijk, or the closure dike in English. As its name suggests, the Afsluitdijk was built to isolate the saltwater Zuiderzee from any access to the salty ocean in the North Sea, and it took the Dutch years of effort to construct it between 1927 and 1932. After it was completed, the dam was designed to include a series of sluice gates that enabled the Dutch to begin draining salt water out of the Zuiderzee, while fresh water would continue flowing into the sea from the River IJssel. Over time, this meant that the Zuiderzee was transformed from a salty outlet of the North Sea into a brand new freshwater lake that the Dutch renamed the IJsselmeer, or the IJssel Lake. And even further, the Afsluitdijk also serves as a causeway, enabling Dutch travelers to drive their vehicles directly from North Holland to Friesland without having to travel all the way around the Zuiderzee like they used to. Now, the original plan of the Zuiderzee works was that after the sea was enclosed by the Afsluitdijk and tamed, huge tracts of new land would be built within the new IJsselmeer called polders, which are essentially chunks of an area within the lake that the Dutch would dam off from the rest of the lake with dikes, after which the water enclosed by the dikes would all get pumped out to reveal fresh, dry virgin land suitable for colonization. The first of these polders within the IJsselmeer that the Dutch constructed was this one here called the Veringermeer, that was fully drained of water by 1930, an early proving concept and testbed that would influence the ideas and techniques used in all of the subsequent polder construction going forward. Veringermeer opened up about 307 square kilometers of extra land to the Netherlands that was incorporated within the North Holland province, and more than 12,000 people live there today. A few years later, work on the second polder, named the Noordoostpolder, began in 1936 and was eventually fully drained out and ready for settlement by 1942. And then, after the conclusion of the Second World War, work finally began on the single largest land reclamation projects of the entire Zuiderzee works in the south of the IJsselmeer. Originally intended to be a single massive polder, work on dredging up Flevoland finally began in 1950. But several changes.
Hello Zilla Art, thank you very much for following.
The development of the previous Noordoostpolder had left the new, lower-lying land in the polder directly connected to the older and higher-elevated mainland, which led to groundwater from the higher mainland seeping into the new lower land, which led to the ground in the mainland to start sinking and causing all.
If you're here, say hi.
The original plan for the Flevoland polder was to leave it connected to the mainland as well. But after observing the problems with the Noordoostpolder, the Dutch decided to change the design of Flevoland into two separate halves, an eastern Flevoland polder and a southern Flevoland polder, with a narrow southern channel of water separating both of them from the mainland. Unlike the two polders,
how did you find me, Zilla Art?
Flevoland was both geographically enough and close enough to the major city of Amsterdam. The Dutch.
Were you dredging the bottom of the viewers list in the art category? Is that how you found me?
Score Art says nice art.
Thank you, Zilla Art. I have made some mistakes on this piece and I'm trying to think of ways of fixing it. But thank you.
Planners knew it had the potential to host major cities on it after it was finished being dredged up. As a result, after Eastern Flevoland was finished being created in 1957, and after Southern Flevoland was finished up a decade later in 1968, they became the site of the biggest planned cities on the new polders, like Almere, strategically and conveniently located only about 20 kilometers
You've
away
seen my drawing and now I'm here? Wait, did you come here from another platform? Did you come here from Instagram or Twitter?
City in the Netherlands that was only established in 1975. And it's also, probably to my knowledge, the largest city in all of Europe that was only settled in the 20th century. The very first house in Almere was only finished in 1976. And fast forward roughly half a century later to today, and Almere has ballooned to a population of about 215,000 residents, making it the largest city to be established on any of the new Dutch polders and the 8th largest city in the Netherlands nationwide. And by 2030, Almere plans to construct enough housing to boost their city population up to 350,000 residents, which by that point could make Almere the 5th largest city in the country. By 1986, the Netherlands did something that no other country in Europe had done in the 20th century. They declared a brand new province out of their freshly created land they had conquered from the sea. Dubbed the Flevoland province, it encompasses all of the newly created land in the Noordoostpolder and the southern and eastern Flevoland polders, representing a total amount of land that's larger than Holland.
Can you hear me?
That was conquered
I hope you can hear me.
Military force at the expense of others, but through decades of brilliant and forward-looking engineering for the benefit of the state. The creation of the Flevoland province from nothing has dramatically assisted the housing crisis in the densely populated Netherlands too. As of 2023, about 445,000 people live within Flevoland on land that didn't even exist only a few decades ago, as is symbolized by the province's official anthem called Where We Make Cities Arise. Today, roughly 20% of all the land in the Netherlands has been reclaimed from the sea at some point or another over the past 700 years, representing an area of land that is larger than nearby Luxembourg that has been conquered by Dutch engineers rather than by Dutch soldiers. And the country still isn't finished yet with reclaiming even more land from the sea either. You see, the original plan for the Zuiderzee works called for another 5th polder to be constructed here in the southwest of the IJsselmeer that was going to be called the Markerwaard polder, with a narrow canal between it and the southern Flevoland polder leading directly to Amsterdam so that Amsterdam would maintain its maritime access to the rest of the lake. The Markerwaard polder, had it ever been built, was planned to add another 410 square kilometers of colonizable land to the country's territory, about equivalent to the Hawaiian island of Lanai in scale. Between 1963 and 1975, the Dutch slowly constructed what many believed was the prerequisite step for this 5th polder, a large 28-kilometer-long dike or dam across the IJsselmeer that split the lake into two that became known as the Hoetribdijk. After its completion, the Hoetribdijk divided the IJsselmeer into two separate distinct lakes, which led to the lake to the west of the Hoetribdijk becoming known as the Markermeer Lake, and the rest of the IJsselmeer staying named as the IJsselmeer. The Hoetribdijk also provided a direct overland connection for vehicles to take between Flevoland and the northern part of North Holland. and after its completion, the Markerwaard polder was originally intended to be developed out of the Markermere Lake. But then, for decades, none of that ever ended up happening. On the one hand, those in favor of pushing on with the Markerwaard polder argued that it would open up new agricultural land, create new housing, and open up the possibility of building a brand new airport close by to Amsterdam to relieve congestion at Schiphol Airport. But on the other hand, those in favor of keeping the Markermere as a lake argued that in the case of a drought, the lake's water would be useful for a drinking water supply, and that during heavy weather events, the lake would serve as a valuable buffer zone protecting Amsterdam and Almere from the wrath of the sea. Concerns over the Markerwaard's financial viability began to emerge in the 1980s as the debate continued on, and the project was eventually indefinitely suspended in 1986, and then completely cancelled altogether later on in 2003. But the discussions on dredging up land within the Markermere never fully went away, and they got officially revived somewhat in 2012, when a new project was proposed to build out a series of smaller artificial islands behind the Hootrup Dike within the area that was originally proposed for the much larger Markerwaard polder. Unlike the originally proposed Markerwaard, these smaller islands aren't intended to be inhabited by humans, but are meant to serve as a wildlife refuge and tourism destination instead. The first of the islands was dredged up as virgin land in 2016, and several more islands have been built out since then as the newest land in the Netherlands and in Europe. But the conquest of these new lands from the sea is not the only thing that the Dutch have accomplished in their centuries-long war with the sea, because they've also fought tirelessly to keep the sea out from everything that they've spent generations building. Flooding has been a constant concern in this country since time immemorial, and in 1953, the country suffered an extremely devastating one. A powerful storm gathered in the North Sea and sent a huge surge of water smashing against the southward coast of the Netherlands, in between the Zeeland province and Rotterdam. The levees and dikes in the area were overwhelmed and breached in dozens of locations, sending the storm surge through and flooding nearly 1,400 square kilometers of land in the country. The resulting destruction was utterly catastrophic. More than 1,800 people in the Netherlands were killed by the water's fury, while 9% of the country's farmland was inundated with seawater and 10,000 buildings were destroyed. The disaster produced so much grief and shock in the nation that the entire country collectively vowed that such a thing should never be possible in the future again. And so began the impetus for another decades-long macro-engineering project in the country that became known as the Delta Works. While the Zuiderzee works were primarily offensive in nature, conquering new land from the sea, the Delta Works were designed to be more defensive in nature and would ultimately prove to be effectively the Dutch version of China's Great Wall. In 1958, the Dutch government pledged to spend a whopping 20% of its total national GDP on the project that would be spread out over the next 25 years. For about the next 3 decades after that, the Dutch society built out a massive series of dams, dikes, levees, sluices, locks, and storm surge barriers all across the provinces of Zeeland and South Holland that were most severely affected by the 1953 flood, the aim of which was to effectively reduce the length of the Dutch coastline and reduce the number of dikes that had to be raised in order to better defend this part of the country from the wrath of the North Sea. There were many incredibly impressive feats of engineering that the Dutch pulled off during the Delta Works project, but a few of the most impressive include the Oosterscheldekering, translated into English as the Eastern Scheldt Storm Surge Barrier, that was constructed over the course of a decade between 1976 and 1986. This single giga project is the largest single storm surge barrier ever constructed by humanity, and it basically serves as a gigantic gate that protects the inner part of the Netherlands' Zeeland province from the North Sea. Its sluice gates normally remain open to allow water to freely travel between both sides. But in the event of a dangerous storm surge emerging in the North Sea, the sluice gates can be slammed shut, and the Oosterscheldekering transforms into a protective shield to keep the water out. One of the other greatest marvels of engineering that the Dutch created in the overall Delta Works project was right here at the artificial mouth of the Rhine River, only about a 30-minute drive west of downtown Rotterdam, the second largest city in the Netherlands and home to the country's biggest port. Rotterdam is a city that is particularly vulnerable to flooding naturally, because about 90% of the city's area lies beneath sea level, and it's located directly adjacent to the Rhine and very close by to the North Sea. Thus, between 1991 and 1997, the Dutch constructed a massive storm surge barrier right at the mouth of the river that they called the Maaslandkering. The structure consists of two gargantuan arms, each roughly the size of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and each about twice as heavy, making the structure the largest moving object that humanity has ever created. When water levels in the North Sea are detected to be high enough to cause a storm surge through the river towards Rotterdam, the Maaslandkering gates can be given the order to close in a process that takes 2.5 hours to complete. After which, the enormous water pressure in the North Sea gets transferred from the wall of the gates to the two largest ball joints in the entire world, implanted on the river's banks, each one having a diameter of 10 meters and a weight of 680 tons. An advanced computer system can automatically close and open the gates based on the water levels on either side, and it, along with the rest of the other massive projects in the overall Delta Works program, were designed to protect the Netherlands from even a once-in-10,000-year intensity storm. It's a small wonder, then, that the Delta Works defensive program and the Zuiderzee Works offensive program together were named as one of the 7 wonders of the modern world by the American Society of Civil Engineers in 1994. And all of this extensive experience at fighting against the ocean like nobody else has over decades and centuries have made the Dutch the foremost global experts in protecting themselves from rising sea levels in the global ocean. A problem that will only continue getting worse for billions of people all around the world in the 21st century as global climate change continues to increase the ocean's sea level. This has ended up perfectly positioning the Dutch to be the global leaders at climate change adaptation for coastal cities and communities everywhere in the world. And Dutch consultants already travel all around the world to other coastal communities threatened by sea level rise like New York, Miami, New Orleans, Jakarta, and the entirety of Bangladesh, offering up their expertise and knowledge and bringing back more money and wealth to the Dutch economy in the process. The entire nationwide system in the Netherlands of dikes, dams, pumps, and sluices is so impressive that without any of them, a 2007-era study from Calvin University in the United States found that 65% of the Netherlands would be completely underwater during high tide. As the famous saying about the Netherlands goes, God may have created the earth, but the Dutch created the Netherlands. No other country in the world has been as meticulously over-engineered and created by its people over generations than the Netherlands has been. And that long history of cooperation and collective effort against the sea has produced a unique culture in the country that prioritizes trust, collaboration, collective good, and efficiency over everything else. Attributes that spill out into the rest of the country in sometimes surprising ways. From the intelligent designs of Dutch cities and infrastructure to prioritize human beings over cars, to the shepherding of Schiphol Airport's strategic location in the center of Europe, to become the 3rd busiest airport on the continent behind only Charles de Gaulle near Paris and London Heathrow. But another major geographic advantage to power, especially to trade power, that the Netherlands has always had is their incredibly lucky possession of the Port of Rotterdam. Today, the Port of Rotterdam sprawls out across a huge area that's larger than the island of Manhattan in New York, with 4 fully automated terminals that accept vessels around the clock at all times of the day, every day of the year. The water depth within the port is deep enough to handle even the largest of container ships that have ever been built. Its central location is almost dead in the center between Western and Eastern Europe, and the connections that stretch out from the port to the European market are just completely unmatched anywhere else. From Rotterdam, navigable rivers like the Rhine, the Meuse, and the Scheldt extend deep into the hinterlands of Germany, Belgium, France, and Switzerland. And since 1992, when the Rhine-Main-Danube Canal was completed and opened, the navigable parts of the Main and the Danube rivers are also accessible, which has opened up the hinterlands of Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Ukraine, all to inland shipping connected to Rotterdam as well. Cheap to operate river barges from all of these countries can easily travel through this network of rivers directly to Rotterdam and transfer their cargoes onto massive ocean-going container ships for export anywhere in the world, while they can also receive imports through the same system from anywhere else as well. But it's the Netherlands itself that has by far the densest network of inland waterways in Europe. The country is home to 2,200 kilometers worth of navigable internal waterways that are used for commercial shipping, and that account for 40% of all the international freight movement within the country, and 20% of the country's domestic freight travel. With roughly 6,000 ships sailing through its various rivers and channels, the Dutch inland waterways account for a staggering nearly 80% of all the vessels that sail inland within the entire European continent, enabling the Dutch to move around cargo much more efficiently and cheaply than any other country in Europe is even remotely capable of. And it's not just water-based transportation that's so easy from Rotterdam either. The port acts as a hub of several different transportation systems that radiate out from it, including railways and highways. The Betuwe-route, for example, is a double-track freight railway line that runs directly from Rotterdam to Germany, where it links up with Germany's Oberhausen-Arnhem Railway, which extends all the way down to the northern reaches of the Ruhr Valley, Germany's industrial heartland. The Ruhr metropolitan area is the largest urban conglomeration in Germany and the second largest in the entire European Union, with a population of around 11.3 million people and an annual GDP on its own of $580 billion in 2021, which would make the Ruhr Valley all on its own the world's 25th largest economy if it was independent. And all of the goods it produces can be easily transported by railway, river barge, or truck directly to Rotterdam for export out to the global market. Railroads emanating from Rotterdam can move goods as far away as Brest, Marseille, Berlin, and Augsburg in under 8 hours, and most of the continent can be reached by rail in under 24 hours. The port operates thousands of direct connections around the world by sea, rail, and truck, and it's essentially the most convenient and easy-to-access port for around 500 million consumers throughout the European continent. It's no wonder then that for a very long time, the port of Rotterdam was the busiest and largest port in the entire world, all the way up until the year 2004, when it was finally overtaken in annual cargo tonnage by the port of Singapore. Since then, Rotterdam's business has been overtaken by several additional ports in China, but Rotterdam continues to remain by far the busiest port in Europe and the busiest port in the world, located anywhere outside of East Asia. Its importance to Europe from a commercial perspective is so enormous that it still handles more cargo tonnage than the next two busiest ports on the continent combined, nearby Antwerp and faraway Novorossiysk. The port of Antwerp in Belgium benefits from much of the same geographic and infrastructure advantages as Rotterdam does, and taken together, they handle about as much cargo as the next 7 busiest ports in Europe do all combined, spanning across Russia, Germany, Spain, Romania, France, and Poland. The port also contains 5 major oil refineries owned by giants like Shell and Koch Industries that enable the Netherlands to be a major hub of the global oil industry as well. As of 2022, the Netherlands has become the 6th largest importer of crude oil in the world, that they bring in from just about everywhere. But they transform so much of that crude oil at their refineries in Rotterdam into finished end products like gasoline that they've become one of the top 3 global exporters of refined petroleum products, placing themselves just narrowly behind the likes of India and the United States in the process. What's really astonishing about this is that the Netherlands manages to export more refined petroleum products than even traditionally thought of oil superpowers do, like Russia, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia, simply because the Dutch possess Rotterdam and control the vital refineries there that can actually transform crude oil into usable end products. And because they control the start of the pipeline network that radiates out from Rotterdam towards Belgium, France, and the industrial Ruhr region in Germany, they can quickly carry petrochemical products to exactly where they're needed. And the reason why this extensive pipeline network exists in the first place is because it also just so happened that in addition to sitting atop of the Rhine-Meuse-Scheldt River Delta with all of its unique geographic advantages, the little Netherlands also sat directly atop of the largest natural gas field that would ever be discovered on the European continent as well, right here, the giant Groningen gas field. This is another part of the story of the Netherlands' ridiculous OP status that is critical to understand. The Groningen gas field was only discovered by the Dutch in 1959, but it radically transformed the Netherlands forever afterwards. The field is actually the 10th largest natural gas field ever discovered globally, and it was central to the transformation of the Netherlands into Europe's most substantial natural gas supplier. Pipelines were built out that radiated out from the field that connected the entire country and eventually a good deal of Europe to its gas supplies. while the revenues and taxes earned on the field's production were central to the development of not only the Dutch welfare state, but to everything else that the country did, from the land reclamation projects in the Zuiderzee Works and the protective engineering of the Delta Works. Over the whole period of Dutch natural gas production between 1959 and 2018, from Groningen and various other smaller fields dotted all across the country, a total of 417 billion euros equivalent of cash were earned, with at least 85% of that amount being captured by the Dutch state, which greatly funded the country's ability to actually develop itself with the Zuiderzee and Delta Works. The Groningen gas field was eventually agreed to be phased out of production in 2014, and as of 2023, it has largely ceased all production, with its huge contribution to the Dutch economy over the decades sealed. Now, because of its central location and myriad connections all throughout Europe, the Port of Rotterdam is also a major so-called re-exporter of goods as well, making it a huge hub of goods sold into the Eurozone area from outside countries like the UK, the US, and China. As an example, 1/5 of all the fresh fruit and vegetables that get imported into Europe from somewhere else come through via the Netherlands alone. And the Port of Rotterdam alone accounts for more than 8% of the entire Netherlands' GDP. Now, it shouldn't come as a surprise to you then that the enormous advantages of controlling Rotterdam and most of the Rhine-Meuse River Delta have enabled the Dutch to be a major trading power for centuries now. Across the 17th century, the Dutch enjoyed their golden age when they basically invented capitalism, established a near-complete monopoly on segments of the global spice trade, and carved out one of the most influential and globally spanning trade empires that the world has ever seen. They brought enormous wealth flowing back to Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and the rest of the country. With the creation of that trade empire came a territorial empire for the Netherlands as well, that once spanned all across the globe from Indonesia to India to South Africa and the Americas. And while this territorial overseas empire gradually crumbled and fell apart, especially in the 20th century during the era of decolonization, the global Dutch trading empire never actually really went away alongside it. Far to the contrary, the Dutch largely kept their global trade empire generally intact, buttressed by their continued control of Rotterdam and their endless drive to expand the port's connections to the rest of the continent and to protect the port from the fury of the sea. The Netherlands is therefore still the 5th largest exporter of goods and services by value in the world, with even more exports pumped out to the global market than even countries like India, the UK, or Italy are capable of, and with a volume of exports that are close to approaching Japan's, a maritime nation with more than 7 times the Dutch population. Interestingly, of all the top 10 countries in the world by exports, all of them are generally regarded to be modern great powers of the 21st century, except for the Netherlands and Singapore, which each just punch way above their weights in this category. And it's not just the exports of refined petroleum products that the country excels at either. As I mentioned at the start of this video, the Netherlands have somehow recently emerged as the 2nd largest exporter of agricultural products in the world as well, managing to export more than 2/3 of the agricultural products by value as the United States does, with only 5% of the same population and 234 times less land. Despite being located only around 1,600 kilometers from the Arctic Circle, the Netherlands has managed to earn the title of the world's 2nd largest exporter of tomatoes behind only Mexico, while the country is the absolute largest exporter of other major agricultural products like potatoes and onions. Ornamental plants like tulips have long been associated with the Netherlands, but they were only introduced to the country by the Ottomans in the 16th century, and since that time, the Dutch have come to absolutely dominate the tulips production. A whopping 90% of the global production of tulips takes place in the Netherlands these days, and 80% of the world's tulip exports all come from here alone, giving the Dutch a practical monopoly on the tulips production, even in the 21st century. The start of the Netherlands' incredible rise to dominance in global agricultural and food production is often said to have begun in the desperation of the Second World War, when, over the winter of 1944 to 45, the Netherlands became the most recent Western country to suffer from a debilitating famine, in which as many as 22,000 Dutch people lost their lives. In the aftermath of the war and the ravages of the famine, the Dutch realized that with very limited available land in their waterlogged and densely populated rainy country, they would have to become the masters of efficiency in the agricultural business in order to ensure a reliable food supply, just as they had to become the masters of efficiency at protecting their country from the water. Huge investments were made by the Dutch government into farming subsidies and rural infrastructure development to stimulate the country's agricultural sector. And then, nearly 2 decades ago, the country gave itself a challenge to produce twice as much food using only half as many resources. And since that time, the country has dramatically expanded the scope and scale of its technological innovations in farming to far, far exceed that original goal. Today, the Netherlands has some 24,000 acres of crops growing within artificial greenhouses, an area more than twice as large as the island of Manhattan in New York. And these greenhouses are just absurdly efficient. The temperatures and climates within them can be precisely controlled by farmers. LED lights can give the plants precisely how much light they need. Destructive pests can be easily kept out of them, eliminating the need for chemical pesticides. The plants within can be watered with precisely the correct amounts of water so they don't get too little or too much. And in many of them, even the carbon dioxide that gets generated by burning natural gas to keep the power going in them is simply piped directly back into the greenhouses by massive ventilators, where it just gets converted into oxygen by the plants, achieving 99% efficiency in the process. The result is that within these hyper-efficient greenhouses, the Dutch can grow fruits and vegetables year-round around the clock with bigger yields than anywhere else in the world. A single acre of land put beneath a greenhouse in the Netherlands is capable of growing the same yield of produce that would normally take 10 acres of traditional dirt farming to accomplish with significantly fewer resources to boot. The average amount of water that it takes a Dutch farmer to grow 1 pound of tomatoes is only a half gallon, while the average worldwide is about 28 gallons, 56 times more water than what Dutch farmers use. The epicenter of the Dutch greenhouse farming movement is in the Westland region of the country, directly to the west of the huge port of Rotterdam. Here, you will find an almost endless landscape of glass greenhouses from above, where 80% of the region's agricultural land is all contained within one. This hyper-efficient farming region alone contributes roughly half of all the horticultural production in the entire country. And its location directly next door to the port of Rotterdam enables its products to immediately travel all around the world to markets everywhere. The Netherlands is also home to an enormous amount of research and development in the agricultural industry as well. The country hosts the incredibly prestigious Wageningen University and Research Center in the middle of the country, that is widely regarded to be the global leader in agricultural science and research. And it basically forms the nucleus of the entire country's agricultural sector. Various agricultural science companies in the Netherlands spend hundreds of millions of dollars annually on research and development, which results in hundreds of new varieties of vegetables and seeds that are coming out of the country on an annual basis. Seeds themselves are another huge business in the country, with the Netherlands now dominating more than a third of the global trade in vegetable seeds, because the Dutch are damn good at producing extremely valuable seeds since they spend so much money on seed research and development. One Dutch agricultural company called Rijkswaan managed to develop a tomato seed that costs less than 50 cents, but which is capable of producing an astounding 150 pounds worth of tomatoes. So valuable are the high yield and weather and pest resistant seeds that Dutch companies like Rijkswaan produce that they are literally more valuable than gold, since 1 kilogram of gold currently as of this video's production costs around $78,000, while 1 kilogram of Dutch engineered tomato seeds can easily go for over $100,000. And this is all how today, the little Netherlands has managed to find itself in the position of growing 6% of all the food produced in Europe on only 1% of the continent's actual farmland, and how the Dutch have managed to become the second largest agricultural exporter in the world, behind only the United States. And agriculture is hardly the only modern industry that the Dutch have managed to capture and nearly monopolize parts of. An industry that's even more lucrative, both from a financial and geopolitical standpoint, has been the country's unique cornering of a key component in the global semiconductor and microchip industry that could ultimately make the Netherlands the kingmaker in who between the United States and China ends up winning the 21st century. If you asked a random person where the capital of the global tech industry is located, many would probably respond with San Francisco and Silicon Valley, with its host of tech companies present. Others might suggest Seattle, where Microsoft and Amazon are headquartered, while others may insist on Taiwan, where the bulk of global semiconductor manufacturing takes place at. But very few would argue that another contender for the capital of global big tech is here in a small suburb of the Netherlands' 5th biggest city called Veldhoven, a fairly small town with only 45,000 residents that you've probably never even heard of until right now. But Veldhoven is extremely important despite its small size because it is the headquarters of a company that you may also have never heard of called ASML, an acronym for Advanced Semiconductor Materials Lithography. As it stands currently, ASML is the third most valuable company by market cap anywhere in Europe, and it is by far Europe's most valuable tech company, with a total market cap in early July of 2024 that exceeded $420 billion, equivalent to more than 1/3 of the entire Netherlands' GDP. The company's tremendous success is also only a fairly recent phenomenon, with their market cap having roughly quintupled over just the past 5 years since 2019. The reason why ASML has exploded onto the world scene these past few years is because they're literally the only company in the world that builds the tools that are required to produce the most advanced semiconductors and computer chips that go into pretty much everything from smartphones to guided missiles to artificial intelligence. A 21st century Dutch trade monopoly that's probably even more influential and powerful than the Dutch monopoly over the spice trade during their golden age was in the 17th century. You see, ASML was founded 40 years ago back in 1984 as an unlikely to succeed joint venture between the Dutch electronics giant Philips and another company called ASM International, which built semiconductor equipment. The new company, ASML, planned to produce machines that specialized in a process known as photolithography, which itself has history that goes back decades before ASML's founding. Photolithography is a complicated process whereby a blueprint of small circuits are crafted by beams of light that are guided through a series of lenses and mirrors towards a photosensitive silicon wafer. The light will essentially create the design of the computer chip layer by layer, which eventually forms circuits that goes on to create the computational foundations of our entire modern world. Now, the precise kind of light used by photolithography machines is incredibly crucial to understand. And early on, back in the 1960s, when this technology was first coming around, they primarily relied on using only visible light beams, which have a relatively large wavelength and are only capable of building out pretty large features on the silicon wafer, which is undesirable because the smaller you can get the transistors, the more of them you can pack onto the silicon wafer, and the more powerful the chip ultimately becomes. Smaller and smaller wavelengths of light were steadily used by photolithographers to build more and more powerful chips until ASML came around in the 1980s to throw their hat in the ring too. By 1986, ASML had produced their first prototype photolithography machine, but it was extremely rudimentary and was only capable of creating individual transistors on the scale of micrometers. And it was basically more of a glorified photocopier than a true marvel of engineering. The company struggled to actually find customers against the industry leaders of the time, made up by the Japanese firms Canon and Nikon. And so, ASML was only kept alive for years by its parent company, Philips, and by subsidies that came from the Dutch government. But by 1995, ASML was still able to grow just large enough to go public and list itself on the New York Stock Exchange, just as the company was beginning to plan out a new photolithography machine that would harness a new idea called extreme ultraviolet, or EUV lithography. You see, visible light has a wavelength that ranges between 380 and 750 nanometers, while ultraviolet light is much smaller with a wavelength that only ranges between 100 and 400 nanometers, which means that by the 1980s and 90s, when photolithography machines were harnessing ultraviolet light, they were capable of producing much smaller patterns on chips than the previous generations of visible light machines were capable of. And so, computing power was getting stronger. Extreme ultraviolet light, or EUV light, is a fraction the wavelength of even regular ultraviolet light, ranging only 13.5 nanometers. For decades, nobody had quite figured out how to actually use EUV light in photolithography machines to produce even smaller transistors and circuits, because producing it and working with it is an absolute devil of a task that requires an absolute mastery of physics to actually pull off. Canon and Nikon, the industry leaders at the time, were pursuing EUV technology as well, but abandoned it by the early 2000s as the costs of R&D ramped up and doubts emerged as to whether or not it was even going to be possible. ASML, however, stuck to the course of pursuing EUV technology regardless of the skeptics and sunk massive amounts of capital and time into research and development of the tech. Over 17 years from 2000 up until 2017, ASML blew through $6.5 billion on EUV research and development, and had only managed to ship out a handful of products over that entire time. But then, finally, after all that time and all that cash, in 2017, the long bet of ASML and the Netherlands on EUV technology would finally pay off when the company actually managed to roll out an EUV photolithography machine that not only worked extremely well, but also actually made economic sense to purchasers of the machine. The 2017 EUV machines that ASML produced were not cheap, costing around $100 million each to buy. But they could print chip designs so small and do them quickly enough that all of the gigantic semiconductor manufacturing companies immediately ordered some. From TSMC on Taiwan, to Intel in the United States, to Samsung in South Korea. ASML sold 10 of these $100 million machines in 2017 alone, and dozens of additional orders were placed on backlog. After decades of effort, ASML in the Netherlands suddenly emerged in 2017 as the only company in the entire world that was producing EUV lithography machines, essentially establishing a complete monopoly on the product in the process. And since then, ASML's EUV photolithography machines have only gotten more and more intricate and advanced, and they're difficult to even fathom. Their machines are now capable of creating features on a silicon wafer that are down to 1/50,000th the width of a human hair. Each one of their machines contains more than 100,000 parts, and they weigh about 180 tons, while they're about the size of a double-decker bus. Inside of them, the machines will drop 50,000 tiny droplets of molten tin that are each no thicker than a fifth of a human hair, traveling at more than 250 kilometers per hour through a chamber every single second, which all gets zapped by a pair of outrageously precise lasers that creates a plasma that releases the EUV light that is then guided by mirrors and lenses towards the blank silicon canvas that eventually becomes a chip. The mirrors required to guide this EUV light within the machine are ground down to probably be among the flattest objects in the entire universe. They are so impossibly smooth that the largest imperfection on them is no more than the distance grass will grow in a single millisecond. If the mirrors were scaled up to the size of Germany, there would be no bumps or imperfections on them larger than a single millimeter. And since EUV light gets absorbed by just about everything, including by air, this entire process has to take place within the machine in a total vacuum. Each of their newest EUV machines now cost more than $300 million to purchase, about the same price as a brand new Boeing 777. And they are almost certainly the most highly sophisticated tool that humanity has ever produced and sold commercially. Even transporting one of these machines from ASML's factories in Europe to customers around the world is an insanely difficult and expensive process. The machines have to be assembled and tested in the Netherlands first to make sure they actually work. And if they're successful, the machine will be completely disassembled and transported to its customer using 20 trucks and then 3 fully loaded Boeing 747 jumbo jets. ASML has more than 5,000 supplier partnerships that it uses to build these fantastic machines, and each one requires the labor of about 100,000 people to actually create. They are very, very difficult to actually replicate, and so far, nobody else has managed to create an economical EUV lithography machine. And even if somehow someone else did, they would have to convince the small number of ASML's customers to abandon ship and switch providers, which will be hard because ASML already has the established relationships. There's basically only 5 total customers in the entire world who buy these machines, and ASML is continuing to innovate and advance their own machines even further. This is all how ASML has come to dominate a whopping 83% of the global lithography market right now in 2024, with their sole monopoly over the production of EUV lithography machines. And it has made the entire outside world extremely, extremely reliant on the Netherlands and on ASML as a result. Such is the importance of ASML's lithography machines that the former president and CTO of ASML, Martin van den Brink, exclaimed earlier this year that our prime minister was sitting in front of Xi Jinping, not because he was from Holland. Who'd give a shit about Holland? He was there because we are making EUV. Naturally, because ASML's EUV lithography machines are required to create the most advanced computer chips that are necessary for building the most advanced military equipment, The two global superpowers, the United States and China, are increasingly growing more and more dependent on the Dutch and their monopoly on EUV machines as a result. Whoever between them can maintain access to ASML's machines will inevitably wield the most technologically advanced military in the 21st century. So, to prevent China from ever gaining access to the machines for their own chip industry and military, the United States has consistently applied pressure on the Dutch government to restrict ASML from selling their most advanced EUV machines to China. And in 2023, the Biden administration even pressured the Netherlands even further to restrict some of ASML's older, less advanced lithography machines to China as well, despite China having been ASML's biggest market in 2023, accounting for about a third of its total revenue for the whole year. There are fears that if ASML is eventually blocked out from China entirely, the Chinese will then have no other choice but to begin investing heavily into their own photolithography sector and to eventually build out their own EUV machines, which could finally provide ASML with some competition. But until then, and as it stands right now, no other company in the world is anywhere close to challenging ASML's dominance in this sector. And the company controls an absolute monopoly on the machines that make our entire modern world possible as a result. The latest monopoly in the long history of monopolies that have been enjoyed by the Dutch trade empire. Whether it's the control of these marvelous machines that make all of our technology possible, their vast greenhouses that nearly compete with the United States on food production, their control of the largest natural gas field in Europe, their control of the largest port in the world outside of East Asia, their vast network of internal waterways and infrastructure, or their conquest of new lands from the sea, the Dutch have proven themselves time and time again as the most overpowered country in Europe, punching far, far above what their own small population and small land size would otherwise suggest. And I very deeply admire them for everything they have managed to accomplish. They have completely transformed their small, swampy, flood-prone river delta into a major world power that has continually withstood the test of time well into the 21st century today that has defined human history, and that will continue doing so for the foreseeable future. To me, though, I think the most impressive fact about the Dutch is just how much food they're capable of producing in their small country. They're global leaders in cheese, tomatoes, and potatoes, and they somehow manage to export more meat than any other country in Europe does. And if all of that stuff about the Netherlands' food production suddenly made you very hungry, you're not alone. And if you're anything like me, you might also be wondering why it still takes so much money and time to just eat more healthily. The global food supply runs more efficiently than it ever has before, but there still seems to be this trade-off where you have to choose only two of the following three options with your meals: healthiness, affordability, and quickness. You can have a quick and healthy meal, but it'll be expensive. You can have an affordable and quick meal, but it'll be unhealthy. Or you can have a healthy and affordable meal, but it'll be time-consuming and inconvenient. For a long period in my life, I was really trying hard to figure out the answer to this dilemma by discovering a reliable source of meals that could encompass all three attributes: healthiness, affordability, and quickness. And I eventually discovered and became a customer of what ultimately became this video's sponsor, HelloFresh. The concept of HelloFresh is straightforward. You just visit their app or website and select which meals you want to eat. And then the next week, an insulated box will show up on your doorstep filled with all of the fresh, pre-portioned, and partially prepared ingredients you need, so that you can home cook your meals way faster than if you had wasted a bunch of time planning your meals out, going to the grocery store and picking ingredients out, and then coming home and prepping. You can also choose from a variety of different menu options to suit all your needs and tastes. From fit and wholesome to quick and easy, vegetarian to family friendly, there's something for everyone to enjoy. And HelloFresh knows that your plans might change and life can get unexpectedly busy. That's why they let you easily customize your delivery from week to week as well, allowing you to tailor everything to your own schedule by adjusting your delivery date or skipping a week when you're not able to cook at home. And best of all, the meals themselves just taste really, really good. That's the biggest reason of all that I've been a loyal customer myself to HelloFresh for years now, and why I've been making their meals like this amazing buffalo spice chicken for more than 3 years now. They are just the best solution that I've found for having regular home-cooked dinners. And if you want to see if I'm right and improve the way you eat too, now's a great time to do so, because if you want free breakfast for life, you can go to HelloFresh.com or visit the link down in the description box below and use code FREEREALLIFELORE. That's going to be good for one free breakfast item per box while your subscription is active. And once again, that's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com with code FREEREALLIFELORE. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
It feels like every other day we see someone throw their entire life's work away because they use their money and power to fulfill their darkest desires. Vince McMahon was the mastermind who bought his father's wrestling promotion and turned it into the multi-billion-dollar company we know today as the WWE. Many of the ideas, characters, storylines, legendary matches, and controversial moments can be credited to Vince's sick and twisted mind. Not only did he run the company, but he was also the most notorious villain who played the character of the psychopath businessman. We would later find out that this was no character. Vince was just as evil off-screen as he was on-screen. Recently, horrifying accusations have come to light regarding Vince's sick ways. Brutal assault, crime cover-ups, and human trafficking are just a few of the many reasons why he has formally stepped down as the CEO of the WWE. Today we are going to look into the unraveling of Vince McMahon's life and career, and show all of the obvious warning signs we missed along the way. The wrestling business operated similarly to gangs in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. The United States had defined territories that different wrestling federations controlled. Vince McMahon's father, Vincent, owned the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, which controlled the northeast region of the United States. This was home to stars like Bruno Sammartino. He also had the Mid-Atlantic region, which covered Virginia and the Carolinas, home to Ric Flair, and the world-class wrestling promotion in the South, which was home of the Von Erich brothers. Wrestling had nowhere near the mainstream popularity it does now. There wasn't much money in the business, so each promotion was protective of their territory. You only promoted shows within the territory you controlled. The National Wrestling Alliance was a governing body that protected the territorial integrity of the promotions. They also helped with talent acquisitions, cross-promotions, title matches, etc. Vincent McMahon Sr. was an honest, hard-working man who traveled the country developing relationships with the heads of other promotions. Vince was enamored with the world his dad created, and one day dreamed of taking over the business, but his father didn't like that idea.
Vince lets his father know that he wants to wrestle. His father is adamantly opposed.
He wanted me to have a more secure future. He wanted me to be an accountant or an attorney or something like that, and I really wasn't cut out for any of the above.
In 1972, his father finally gave him an opportunity to be a promoter all the way in Bangor, Maine, one of the smallest and most difficult places to generate excitement and revenue. So Vince Jr. came up with the genius idea of taping the matches and shipping those tapes across state lines to get people to start watching wrestling on television. Some people looked at this as undercutting or stealing from other territories, but over the next decade, Vince helped his father bring the business to new heights, bringing in stars like Muhammad Ali and tripling their television ratings in the region. However, the landscape of wrestling would shift dramatically when in 1982 his father was falling deathly ill from cancer. He wanted the WWF to remain a Northeast promotion and control the New York City area, but Vince Jr. had big dreams of becoming a national promotion and establishing a global presence. He bought the company, and shortly after, his father passed away. Now Vince was on a warpath to infiltrate every territory and take their
Hello,
business.
Paul.
But before we
hello, Paul Malton. Malton Art. I think you raided me like a week ago. I didn't have my alerts set up, and I saw it later. And I'm like, oh crap, that was kind of scummy of me. That a guy raided me, and I couldn't acknowledge it. So that was the impetus for me to try to set up my alerts, and now that's why I have alerts. You are the reason I have alerts, Paul. It was you, right, Paul, who raided me? I think it was you.
dive deeper into Vince's evil plan, it's becoming more difficult to protect yourself online. Scammers are becoming more was another traveling star who was based out when your information could be at risk. Use the link in the description or go to guard.io/PatrickCC and get 20% off the monthly subscription. Thanks, Guardio. And that started with Andre the Giant. Standing at 7'4" and over 500 pounds, Andre was a sight to behold, and everyone around the world was eager to watch him compete. While working for Vincent, Andre would travel across territory lines.
What was that long form video about Metal Gear Solid? you were watching, it was a 7 hour long video. It was 7 hours about Metal Gear Solid 2. So I think all you need to do is search for. I think it was.
Art says MGS2 video even.
Yeah. It was an MGS2 video, and it's 7 hours long. So if you just search for MGS2, okay, like wait, where is it? Like 2 hours. Wait, where's the 7 hour video? Hold on, it's there somewhere. Hold up. Search for.
Paul Maitland Art says I'll look for it. I was getting wrapped up in it lol.
Yeah, it's a pretty good video. Hold up. Yeah, it's this one. The one called Metal Gear Solid 2 Prophecy. It's 7 hours on Metal Gear
Paul
Solid 2.
Maitland Art says I was like damn, this is an interesting.
Yeah, it is really interesting. Like how Kojima, like basically just at the really beginning of the internet age.
Paul Maitland Art says and of course, amazing art chap.
Uh, Thank you very much. That's super nice of you to say, Paul. I think I followed you. I was going through my Twitch recommends and I saw somebody making art. You were recommended. I went and I saw that you were drawing, so I followed you. I think that's what happened. Uh, yeah, so that's what's going on. I've So this art is not turning out how I wanted it to because I tend to use like really cheap paper. So like I had like this like really kind of a certain kind of like uh rendering in mind for this area over here and this area over here, but because the paper's kind of bad, it's giving me bad results. So I'm like, okay, so I have to compensate for that somehow. I'm like, okay, might as well
Paul
just
Maitland
try.
Art says yeah, I followed you for a while.
That's super nice of you, Paul. So it wasn't working out, so I'm like, okay, what we can try to do is we can try to give. I didn't mean to. I didn't have initial plans on having a black sky, but I was like, okay, if I do that, then maybe that'll allow me to work more on these areas and maybe do something with them. And if that doesn't work out,
Maitland Art says what paper are you using?
I'm using like 80 to 100 gram printer paper. That's what I use. I'm in the third world. My options are very limited. So if this doesn't work out, the good thing is I got photocopies. So I have photocopies of this. So if I don't like the final result, I can kind of go over some stuff over here, try some new things. But yeah. Yeah, my options are quite limited.
Maitland Art says I understand now.
Yeah, I live in Pakistan. Our options are very limited. Also, like our currency has kind of been taking a nosedive over the last few years. So specifically stuff, everything is obviously a lot more expensive, but specifically stuff that gets imported is a lot more expensive now. And that basically includes everything because our country never learned how to make stuff. So yeah, not fun.
Paul Maitland Art says still, that much detail on copy paper, sigh of true skill.
I do everything on copy paper. Um, Hold up. You want to see some? Let me show you some. What do we have here? I think this is the only complete one I have, or like, the one I have in here is like Hold up. Where are you? This is also a photocopy, by the way. This is also photocopy.
Paul Maitland Art says yes please.
Wait, where's my ex-girlfriend? Here's my ex-girlfriend. Here's an ex-girlfriend for you. Let me. What? Wait, my camera froze. Wait, I have to wait for my camera to.
Streamlabs says, socials, lurk, hug Instagram, instagram.com/darthmoga discord.
Okay, maybe I need to give that
discord.gg
more time between messages.
6k all links, linktr.ee/darthmoga. Paul Maitland Art says wow, stunning, really amazing art.
That is super nice of you to say, Paul. Paul, your name makes you sound like you're from the UK. But where are you from? Oh wait, hold on. Here we go. I'll show you some more. By the way, you see my head over here, right? Hey. And behind my head, all the artwork behind my head is obviously mine, so.
Paul Maitland Art says I am from the UK, but live in the US.
Okay, yeah. So I'm half right? You're just your name for some reason sounds like you're from the UK. Okay, so I work mostly, and this is the stuff that I do for myself for fun. So and I like working a lot in cafes, and copy paper is very convenient for working in cafes, so that's why the vast majority of my stuff is in this copy paper. I really like this. This is actually based on like my favorite scene in Game of Thrones, but I think I have to remake this because I spilled a bunch of stuff on it. There's like stuff on this that I spilled. This is the original for that photocopy you saw. So we go on hikes quite a lot, and I live in Islamabad, Pakistan. And here in Pakistan, like Islamabad is in a valley, not at the base of the Himalayas, where the Himalayas start. So, and it's very green. So Islamabad is really good for hiking, trekking, that kind of thing. And we go hiking a lot. So, like, this is the kind of stuff I'll draw on my hikes. Cool rock, man. Go sit on top of it. I'll draw you. Yeah, this is also an experiment that we had. We don't have access. I mean, and even if we did have access to it, it's really expensive, and especially for us, like screen tones, right? These this stuff, you know what I'm talking about. Hold on. The screen tones, right? That's what you call them, right? So yeah, that stuff is prohibitively expensive, obviously. But this one day I woke up and I'm like, we can try to make our own. So I was like, I spoke to a friend. I'm like, hey, print out some stuff on some sticker paper, some dots. So we got some out.
Yeah, halftone film.
Yeah, halftone. So we printed it out on sticker paper, and I tried it out on this piece. And it looked pretty good when I made it, but the thing is that the adhesive is pretty aggressive on this, and it's eaten into my inks and stuff, so it's really degrading my inks. So that's sad, but still. So okay, you want to see more? This was we do these things, we call them draw jams. We have public drawing events at cafes, so people bring their kids and stuff, and one of the kids is like, the translation would be a Haris Mamu. Brother Horace, I want you to draw. I love monsters. I want you to draw me an eyeball monster with 15
Paul
legs.
Maitland Art says yes, I do.
So then I drew this. This is Sauron. This was a request. Somebody wanted me to draw my version of Sauron. So like I did this like over like a night, and my kind of conception was this is before Sauron lost his ability to transform. So this is Anatar transforming into Sauron. Um, and I think this is a cool concept, and I think I'll do more with this concept later. This is just.
Art says wow.
Thank you. This is just some random. I just started drawing one day, and like it just turned into these anime kids, and I kind of really like how the sky turned out on this. This is, by the way, on 60-gram paper. This is like super flimsy because this wasn't supposed to be like a serious drawing. It just turned out to be serious, so I have to do something about that. But I think the sky kind of turned out nice. It looks kind of good. I got like a cool gradient. This is Akuma from Street Fighter. This is so there's a character in Dota called Lion, and he's like a pretty cool, menacing character, but his character model is kind of lame. Okay, like kind of goofy. So I wanted to do like my own version, kind of make him less goofy, try to make him more intimidating. So like this is my first try of making like an intimidating lion from Dota 2. And this is how I practice anatomy. I practice anatomy by drawing humans with transparent skin. And after I'm done with it, I check it against anatomy references to see how accurate I am. But I kind of really like this one. Well, liking would imply that I'm proud of it. It's not that I had a very rewarding experience doing this, let's just say. So I've this is also something I've photocopied over and over again because I made this recently. And I'm like, when I hang out with people, sometimes I just don't want to talk and I want them to shut up. So I'm like, hey, why don't I make some art that I can photocopy and I can just give to my friends so they can just color it
Paul
while I'm drawing.
Says your work is really, really amazing.
You're being super nice, Paul. I have to complete this. I haven't completed it, but this has also been a rewarding piece. This has also been a rewarding piece. It is somebody asked me to draw Gollum, and I'm like, I'll draw him as I first pictured him when I read The Hobbit at like 11 years old or whatever. So yeah, like I remember distinctly. I remember getting the feel that he's kind of like a reptilian character when I read the book, and also I remember like he was described as having eyes like saucers. So I'm like, okay. And obviously there's a bit of a Bernie Wrightson inspiration, like Bernie Wrightson mode. Would you like to see more? This is a Blanca from Street Fighter. Yeah, Blanca from Street Fighter. Just some desi fetish wear, like Indian Pakistani fetish wear. This was fun to do. This was also rewarding to do. This is about how we as men kind of worship women in a sense, We build monuments to them. This is middle-aged Thor, and I have to redo this because I spilled stuff on it as well. This is also something I have to complete. It's a very obscure Street Fighter character. His name is Geki, like the most unknown Street Fighter character. This is a Dementor from Harry Potter. I drew this in like an hour, very quickly. This is what happens when you eat too much broccoli. This is a female Black Panther. And this is based on a Gene Roddenberry quote. The quote is that man is half animal, half God, with his feet in the mud and his head in the stars. So yeah, I drew this. Yeah, a friend had this. A friend was describing this idea that he had for a sculpture, and while he was describing, I'm like, okay, I'll just draw this quickly, and I like did this quite quickly. I think it was an hour or something, hour and a half maybe. Again, testing out color pencils, having fun with color pencils. This I drew on stream a while ago. I drew the Guyver from memory. Like I hadn't seen him in 20 years, but somebody asked me to draw the Guyver. Like, let's see how far I can get without looking at reference. I think I got pretty close actually. I used to draw him a lot as a kid. And I think I'm done boring you now. Tell me about yourself, Paul, if you're still there. Where's the music? Holy crap. The music stopped. I didn't realize there was no music.
Paul Maitland Art says, do you sell prints?
No, I do not sell prints. Nobody knows me. Like, it would like just be like totally unfeasible for me to try to sell prints. Because like I don't have enough of a following for anybody to buy prints from me.
And get paid a fee to help draw.
I would like to make some tea. I will be back.
Hogan was another trap.
Paul, if possible, can you send me a link to your work? I'd like to look at it.
Territory lines for a fee, but when Vince took over, he put an end to this. Wrestlers signed to the WWF would only be able to wrestle for the shows he controlled, which was basically every state.
I'll be back. I'm making some tea.
This business practice is extremely common now, as you never see a football player jump from one game in the NFL to one game in the XFL, or a fighter have one match in the UFC, then a fight in Bellator, then back to UFC. They sign exclusive contracts for a certain number of matches, but back then, Vince's business practices were considered destructive to this industry. He began signing top talent from all territories to exclusive contracts with the WWF. Some of those wrestlers included Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan, Rocky Johnson, Roddy Piper, Bret Hart, Mr. T, Randy Savage, The Ultimate Warrior, Ricky Steamboat, just to name a few. Vince started the Atlantic and Pacific Wrestling Corporation by partnering with Mike LaBelle in Southern California. Then he purchased Mike's shares of the company in 1982, which gave him full control of New York City, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. To continue his dominance, he used his relationships at War TV to pay $2,500 a week for a Saturday morning time slot on Los Angeles' Channel 9 KHJ TV. But McMahon didn't expect to make a dime. He saw TV as a promotional expense to boost the gates of live shows. The WWF was being broadcasted nationally on Monday nights on the USA Network, so the whole country was being exposed to the brand. But that wasn't enough for Vince. He began a full-on invasion strategy to take out all his competitors city by city, like when he acquired a local TV station, WAKR on January 8, 1983. Then later that year, the WWF debuted on WCPO9 in Cincinnati, which was an established Georgia Championship Wrestling territory. From there, the WWF entered World Championship Wrestling territory in Dayton, Ohio, purchasing the exclusive rights from WKEF-22 to replace the WCW broadcast with WWF's broadcast. One by one, Vince would enter a city controlled by another promotion, then buy out their TV time slot to air WWF. If he couldn't buy out their TV slot, then he would buy out their top talent, but most of the time, he did both. On an infamous day now known as Black Saturday, July 14, 1984, Vince McMahon appeared on the Saturday time slot on TBS that regularly featured Georgia Championship Wrestling for over a decade. Vince walks on screen after purchasing the company in the time slot to basically flex and say the World Wrestling Federation is now taking over.
It is indeed a pleasure to be associated with WTBS, and we promise to bring you the greatest in professional wrestling entertainment in the world today.
Jim Ross, a legend known for being WWE's commentator in its golden years, said he once overheard several NWA promoters considering getting McMahon killed while in the stall of a public bathroom.
In those days, it was like when you, from their standpoint, invaded their territory. It was like, well, okay, Dims is not just fighting words. It's like there's so many times when people threatened me, and it was like the last guy said, like, if you want to take credit for it, you better get me quick.
Now, it can't be confirmed if this was a serious consideration or tongue-in-cheek, but it can't be denied how much men like Jim Crockett, Bill Watts, despised Vince for taking away their livelihoods. However, others just look at this as natural competition. America was founded on capitalism, and you should not get comfortable as a business person, because eventually someone is going to come and take your spot. If you don't adapt, you die. And by 1988, Vince McMahon fully decimated the territory system. Now the WWF was the biggest and best national wrestling promotion in the sport. This made it extremely easy for Vince to acquire the best talent throughout the 90s, as the World Wrestling Federation became home to rising stars like The Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Matt and Jeff Hardy, Triple H, Mick Foley, Kane, The Rock. It seemed like Vince's only competition was with himself. They were selling out stadiums all over the country and broadcasting their events nationally every week. With that being said, the pressure to remain number one was at an all-time high. The matches needed to be bigger. The stakes needed to be higher. Vince wrote in more gimmick matches like ladder matches, table matches, or weirder matches like casket matches and dumpster matches, which meant you had to finish your opponent by putting them in a casket or a dumpster. They even had weird ones like the boiler room match or the hog pen match, which involved wrestling in mud with pigs. But there's no doubt that the Hell in a Cell match, which featured a 16-foot steel cage that was designed to have wrestlers thrown from the top or through the middle, was the most electrifying way to watch two people wrestle. It didn't matter that it was fake, because those guys were actually putting their body and their lives on the line for our entertainment and Vince's money. It was only a matter of time before one of those high-flying stunts ended in disaster, and in 1999, at Over the Limit, that's exactly what happened. Owen Hart, who was portraying a superhero called the Blue Blazer, fell from 90 feet in the air during a botched entrance stunt where he was flying over the crowd into the ring. After the fall, he suffered internal bleeding and passed away right there in the stadium. They even announced his death on the show, but Vince said the show must go on, and they proceeded to finish the event like this extreme tragedy did not happen.
I have the unfortunate responsibility to let everyone know that Owen Hart has died.
Vince doubled down on his decision to continue the show in an interview in 2001 with Playboy. If you could do it over, would you still hold the show that night? I just guessed that it was what Owen would want, so you'd do it again? I think so. Vince did not just portray a character of a ruthless businessman. That is who he was.
Alright, I am back.
The right path to success. 98 and 99 was their peak in terms of ratings and overall viewership, averaging multiple millions of viewers per episode. By the early 2000s, the WWF was generating $500 million in revenue each year. The high-intensity match
$500 million barely paid their wrestlers anything. Instagram.com. Alright, let me check this out. Holy crap, this is so good. I see you have a bunch of Lord of the Rings. Oh, I've already liked this. I've already liked all your work. Jeez. Okay, Paul, what are you working with? Are you working with pastels? These are pastels, right? Man, that Thorin, I bet some girls are getting wet panties because of that Thorin. Cool. Oh, man. Leslie Nielsen. So nice. Cool stuff, bro. Wait, where did it go? Oh, sorry. There we go. Wife was on the phone. The wives and their phone privileges.
Did not.
Oh, you are a veteran.
Says I'm okay. I think there's always room for improvement.
Yes. We know. Like I think of myself as competent. You know, I'm just competent at this stuff. You know, so yes, I know we have to view ourselves this way. In art, because yeah, we can get big heads, and then it hurts when other people don't think of ourselves, think of us the way we think of ourselves. So it's better to say, yeah, I'm okay. I'm competent. So yeah, what are you working with? Are you working with color pencils? Are you working with pastels? What is that? What am I seeing?
Paul Maitland Art says when the egos get bigger, I think the art goes downhill.
Yeah. No, for me it's just
Paul Maitland Art says, but that is just my opinion.
Yeah, it's just for me it's just because I think
Maitland Art says mainly acrylic gouache and coloring pencil.
Acrylic gouache and coloring pencils. Let me show you the coloring pencils I have access to. Okay, I showed you some of my coloring pencil stuff, right?
Paul Maitland Art says sometimes watercolor, sometimes oils.
These are like the cheap ass color pencils I have access to. These are like $3 or something. Okay, this is what I use. I use kids' color pencils because they're all I can afford. Anyway.
Stop. However, the late 90s.
So I know to hit you up for advice about gouache and color pencils, because I'm a novice. I actually tend to so my deal was that I was almost exclusively digital for like 15 years, trying to do the thing, and I just got sick of it all because I was working on a painting a few years ago, and I was working on a 10,000 pixel painting. All right, and I found myself zoomed in, max zoom in painting, and
there is an interesting technique of using mineral spirits with coloring pencils, where it liquefies the wax and allows you to smear and blend the pigment.
Holy crap! What are mineral spirits? That sounds amazing. What is a mineral spirit? Is that like alcohol? If it's alcohol, it'll be hard for me to get in Pakistan. Paul, don't give me remedies that I do not have access to. I live in a pious Muslim society.
Art says paint thinner.
Paint thinner, okay. Okay, that sounds cool. So how would I try that? I would like so for something like the Blanca you saw. And again, I'm a total novice when it comes to color pencils, and I usually actually avoid color, because it feels too good to use color, and it feels like I'm cheating. I'm like, I want to get the feeling of a good colored art piece, but I want to get it through just black and white. I feel like it can, these are just little personal kind of limitations I set on myself sometimes, that like, I'm like, okay, this looks kind of cool, but like, why though? Why did I have to use color?
Paul Maitland Art says, I actually know a video that demonstrates it all.
I would very much appreciate if you could, because
Streamlabs says, socials.
Oh my god, Streamlabs. I have
Instagram.
I have to stop that.
Instagram.com/DarthMoga Discord. https://discord.gg/UUFDM6PG6K. All links. Link tr.ee/DarthMoga.
Okay. I've
Art says https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=336w56t-5m.
What I'm gonna do is just so
Art says that Blanca is amazing.
Thank you so much. What I'm gonna do so I remember this is that, Paul, I'm gonna DM this to you, so then that way I remember where I got it. Okay. So it's the beginning of our chat. Okay. So later on, I'm gonna open up our chat, and I'm going to look up. I'm gonna watch this, so I can make sure I watch this video eventually. So anyway, what you're saying is that I use some paint thinner, lightly apply. I'm guessing lightly apply it on cloth and try to blend stuff. Is that the? I wonder how paint thinner is what it's gonna do to this paper. This is crap paper. I wonder how it's gonna work, but let's see. But thank you so much, Paul. So, Paul, tell me about your life.
Paul Maitland
These in early 2000s definitely saw a shift.
Added to cotton balls and gently rub. Okay, got it. Now I'm gonna have to steal some cotton balls from my sister.
Art says the man in the video is using copy apper too. Paul
Okay, cool.
Art says asterisk paper.
Cool. That gives me a little bit of hope, which is a dangerous thing to have. Yeah, so Paul, tell me about tell me a little bit about your life. What have you been doing with your many years of experience?
To more in-depth storytelling, which brings us to the infamous Attitude Era. This era is defined as the most ruthless, chaotic, over-the-top violent, and edgy time in WWE history. Scripts were changed the day before, the day of, or even in the ring. The wrestlers were rugged, rude, and in your face. And Vince found himself at the center of these stories because what is more,
you're still a hobby artist
with your own boss. Vince portrayed the character of a manic, power-hungry, yet also kind of pathetic.
I wish I former hobby artist
Rivalry
like
with
you.
Steve Austin, which began in '97 after Austin hit his boss with a stunner, drove ratings through the roof. This
Paul
beef was
Maitland Art says
insane.
also,
Austin once held
I
McMahon at
posted the video
gunpoint in
on
the
your
ring,
Discord.
although the gun was
I
fake.
posted a video on your Discord.
A beer truck and sprayed
That is super nice of you, Paul, but I have a problem. I lost access to my Discord. I lost access to my Google Authenticator. One of my phone dies and my Google Authenticator was on it. And that happened, and because that happened, I haven't been able to log into Discord. And I have to go through the process of somehow transferring my authenticator to my new phone. But that is super kind and
Paul Maitland Art
thoughtful of
says,
you. Yeah. So yeah, I have to figure that situation out.
Streamlabs says, socials, lurk, hug Instagram, instagram.com/DarthMoga Discord.
Wait, let me try to deal with this annoying Streamlabs business.
UFDM6PG6K all links, link tr.ee/DarthMoga.
Um,
Maitland Art says BRB, need to do some chores.
Do your chores, sir. Serious chores, sir. Okay, now it should. Let me just test something.
Darth Moga says, socials.
Okay, good. Now the bot won't be so annoying. I think I have dealt with that situation.
fire hose of course. He even snuck into the hospital where Vince was injured and beat him up on the bed. This all culminated with Austin having a full-on match against Vince and his son Shane. This storyline set the tone that chaotic, over and one with Playboy. If you could do it over, would you still hold the show that night? I just guessed that it was what Owen would want, so you'd do it again? I think so. Vince did not just portray a character of a ruthless businessman. That is who he was. But it proved to be the right path to success. 98 and 99 was their peak in terms of ratings and overall viewership, averaging multiple millions of viewers per episode. By the early 2000s, the WWF was generating $500 million in revenue each year. The high-intensity matches did not stop. However, the late 90s and early 2000s definitely saw a shift to more in-depth storytelling, which brings us to the infamous Attitude Era. This era is defined as the most ruthless, chaotic, over-the-top violent, and edgy time in WWE history. Scripts were changed the day before, the day of, or even in the ring. The wrestlers were rugged, rude, and in your face. And Vince found himself at the center of these stories because what is more anarchist than beefing with your own boss? Vince portrayed the character of a manic, power-hungry, yet also kind of pathetic CEO of the company. His rivalry with Steve Austin, which began in 97 after Austin hit his boss with a stunner, drove ratings through the roof. This beef was insane. Austin once held McMahon at gunpoint in the ring, although the gun was fake. He drove down the ring with a beer truck and sprayed Vince down with a fire hose of Coors. He even snuck into the hospital where Vince was injured and beat him up on the bed. This all culminated with Austin having a full-on match against Vince and his son Shane. This storyline set the tone that Vince being intertwined and involved with the lore was good for business. Then again, Stone Cold Steve Austin was such a superstar that he could beef with a mop and it would be entertaining. In the Attitude Era, you could no longer just be an athlete to be a WWE star. You needed to have personality, charisma, excellent speaking abilities to be able to sell a fight and keep these millions of fans engaged. And if you didn't, well, then the writers would come up with your storyline. And you won't believe some of these shocking and twisted narratives that Vince approved or came up with himself. In one of the most bizarre storylines, Kane announced that he was driving late at night with Katie Vick, a girl he loved since he was a teenager. He could not drive stick and they crashed, where she ultimately lost her life. Then Kane attends her open casket, and for 6 minutes on live television he fondles her corpse, undresses her lifeless body, and gets intimate with her before grabbing her internal organs and drinking the blood from them.
I'm gonna give you what you want. And I'm gonna take what I always wanted.
Or what about the time when Chris Jericho ambushed Chyna, tied her up in a dark room, and began torturing her by beating her with a hammer, which actually broke her thumb, so her painful screams were real. Vince was a big fan of humiliation, so he developed the Kiss My Ass Club, where a total of 6 men were forced to get on their knees and kiss his backside in front of millions of people. Most of the time this was to save their job, or just to embarrass them on a power trip. I should also note that Vince gave the world the satisfaction of being humiliated, as he scripted himself getting his face shoved in Rikishi and the Big Show's backsides. Now most people like to default to all of this being entertainment. Like, sure, they push some boundaries, but it's all fake, right? But as time went on, and wrestlers spoke about their behind-the-scenes experiences, and Vince McMahon being accused of sexual assault and trafficking women, some of these storylines felt more like a glimpse into the reality of Vince McMahon's private life. Vince often used his daughter, Stephanie, for his dark storylines, probably because her loyalty convinced her to never say no to him. Like when she was going to get married in the ring to her fiancé Test, only for Triple H to interrupt the wedding with a video of himself drugging, kidnapping, marrying, and then sleeping with Stephanie while she was unconscious, which led to this infamous promo.
Come on out, you rapist!
But Stephanie was the subject of another kidnapping, this time by The Undertaker, who brought her out tied on a crucifix-like structure before one of his disciples began ordaining the marriage. In a promo that fans now believe is more of an admission of Stephanie's reality, she says that Vince trafficked his own daughter. Stephanie also admitted that he attempted to push an incest angle.
My dad did approach me about wanting to be the father of my baby in a storyline for TV, which again is only the second time I've ever actually said no to him for something he wanted to do. And that one was just a little too gross, actually. It's completely disgusting, and I don't find the entertainment value in it at all.
But that didn't stop her from kissing him on the mouth.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
But Vince just could not stop coming up with tropes that involve men preying on women. Vince came up with a storyline for Diamond Dallas Page to stalk The Undertaker's wife. DDP says to this day he regrets agreeing to be a part of this narrative. What I should have done was shook everyone's hands and said, I love the idea, but not for DDP. A few years later, this is what Vince said he was going to do to The Undertaker's wife and kids.
You don't realize what I'm gonna do, do you? Terrorists are gonna burn down The Undertaker's house. Yeah. His children are gonna be kidnapped. His wife, she's gonna be raped by a motorcycle gang right in front of The Undertaker. That's the plan I want implemented, damn it.
Finally, Vince was able to find a woman who could take his twisted ideas to a whole new level, as he scripted himself a mistress, Trish Stratus. Trish played a character of a woman who slept with the boss to advance her place in the company. At one point, they even wrote that Vince's actual wife, Linda, was so ill she needed 24-hour nursing care and was on copious amounts of drugs. He then brought her out in front of the entire world to make out with Trish right in front of his wife. Vince was brutal towards his his wife. He even wrote in a scene where his kids repeatedly slap their own mother to sell a promo. Whatever it takes to get ratings, right? And even though Trish was doing everything she could to advance her place in the company, it wouldn't be long before she was the one who would get humiliated, as he once even stripped her down in the ring and forced her to bark like a dog. He even tried to get her to join the Kiss My Ass Club.
Oh, I'm gonna unbuckle my belt.
But The Rock saved her. Vince's idea of easing up on women was by giving them a new match gimmick, the bra and panties match. This match gimmick was when the female wrestlers would only win the match if they stripped their opponent down to their bra and panties. They also had wet t-shirt contests and spanking matches. Vince was constantly writing storylines where women had to provide him with some sort of sexual favor.
How badly do you want to be a WWF superstar?
Tori Wilson spoke recently about how she never wanted to play the sexy role and how she tried to convince writers to get her to do more stunts.
Fit Finley was amazing putting matches together and just trying to make us look the best he could.
Yeah.
And I often would ask him if I could please get thrown into the stairs or like not crazy things, but like, I just really wanted to get hurt.
Yeah, there's this like baseball slide into a chair, like it's
some
part of your Hall of Fame reel, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Stuff like that. So like I wanted to do more of that, but it was I was like laughed at.
Ultimately, being constantly forced to do these raunchy matches and skits that only showcased her sexuality made her despise the business long after she retired.
But there's also something about wrestling that has always felt super dark to me, and I'm just really sensitive to it. So like I say no to a lot of signings because I feel like that darkness, and it doesn't feel good. It's taken a long time. I didn't watch wrestling. I didn't want anything to do with wrestling for many years after I left. Mostly because I just had like a certain amount of like PTSD from like being so vulnerable out there and feeling like I was put in this kind of like raunchy role that wasn't me.
So while most people thought that these raunchy matches, risque promos, and twisted narratives were just Vince McMahon going over the top to boost ratings, we found out 2 decades later that it was even darker behind the scenes. It was so bad for Ashley Massaro that it ended her life. Massaro was first introduced to the WWE in 2005 when she met a casting director during a swimsuit pageant searching for contestants for the upcoming 2005 Raw Diva Search competition. She decided that this was the right decision to finally shoot for her dream job as a WWE wrestler. Upon winning, she received $250,000 and a 1-year contract with the WWE. Ashley faced significant challenges during her early WWE career. August 22, 2005, she was attacked backstage by fellow divas Candice Michelle and Tori Wilson, leaving her with a back injury. Despite this, she recovered and won the first ever 3-on-2 bra and panties match. After this, she continued to appear in the promotion, but later suffered a severe leg injury on February 20th during a women's battle royale against Mickie James. The injury included a spinal fracture, a severed nerve, and multiple broken bones, requiring a metal plate and screws be put in during surgery. After recovering, she returned until 2008, where she asked to be released from her contract due to her daughter having medical problems. For years, Ashley would be relatively out of the spotlight until 2016, when she would join a class action lawsuit against the WWE, alleging Vince was a part of one of the most horrifying crime cover-ups in history. Ashley Massaro was a strong supporter of the US military and was enthusiastic about opportunities to meet and help the troops. So in 2006, Ashley was excited to be selected to go to Kuwait for their annual Tribute to the Troops tour. However, the tour started off with issues. In Saudi Arabia, Massaro experienced harsh treatment from several men because of cultural reasons, which made her uncomfortable. And after arriving in Kuwait, she began suffering from menstrual cramps and was taken to a military base for dehydration treatment. At the base, she was given an IV, and later a man wearing an orange t-shirt and cargo shorts, claiming to be a US Army doctor, injected her with a substance that made her body paralyzed while still being conscious. He then moved her to a non-treatment room where the man violently R-worded and sodomized her while a woman guarded the door. After returning to the US, WWE's Dr. Rios called a meeting with Ashley Massaro to discuss the incident. She was unsure how he knew knew about it, but suspected it might have been someone on the tour who reported it. She agreed to tell him what happened as long as Rios kept it confidential. However, Dr. Rios told Vince McMahon, who then brought in executives for a meeting where Massaro was asked to detail what happened in Kuwait. She said, "Vince did at least apologize for what I went through, but then stressed that if I disclosed this incident, it would ruin the relationship between the WWE and the US military. He told me to not let one bad experience ruin the good work they were doing. His lack of sensitivity in referring to my ordeal as one bad experience left me speechless." In a filing the next month, WWE called the claim a stale and baseless allegation and denied Massaro had ever reported a sexual assault to anyone affiliated with WWE, saying she had been heard telling others that the doctor had done an inappropriate pelvic exam before a judge dismissed the case in 2018. Less than a year later, Ashley wrote letters back to all of her fans that were sharing love and support for her bravery. Then the next day, Ashley tragically passed away on May 16, 2019. She was 39 years old and is survived by her daughter. An important statement that Ashley made during this lawsuit was never released to the public until 2024 to back up Vince's new allegations by Janelle Grant, which we'll get to in a second. Ashley's statement said the following: "During my time with the WWE, I had observed Vince McMahon making out with other divas in the locker room, but he never paid any attention to me, and I assumed I was not his type. This changed after my Playboy cover was released. I was fortunate enough to be allowed to fly on the company jet and stay at the same hotels as the executives for a period of time. On one of these occasions, Vince was attempting to get me alone with him in his hotel room late at night, and I felt extraordinarily uncomfortable. He began calling the hotel room phone and my cell phone non-stop. I called Kevin Dunn, a producer, to explain the situation, and he said I should tell Vince I was not feeling well and would see him on TV the next day, so I did. Immediately after that night, Vince started writing my promos for me. Vince does not write promos for female wrestlers. That is the job of the creative department, and he certainly wouldn't have, under any normal circumstances, written a promo for me, but he did, and the promos were written with a clear intention of ruining my career. In addition, after that night, each time I walked by him, he would make vulgar sexual comments that were clearly designed to make me uncomfortable. These claims can be backed up by former boyfriend and wrestler Paul London, who said that Vince was constantly putting predatory pressure on her.
Many times when she would be crying to me because Vince was propositioning her to fly on the jet with them. Like Kevin Dunn, Bucktooth Bucky would be telling her that she has to fly on the jet with him, or that he might, possibly, or every now and then, if she was at the, they'd always put the divas up at like the TV hotel or whatever, he'd be knocking on her door and, trying to get her to answer. And it's just like, I'm shocked this Vince stuff is just now coming out.
The walls were slowly closing in on Vince McMahon. He was able to escape Ashley Massaro's horrible allegations, but it was only a matter of time before his evil past would catch up to him. In 2022, Vince McMahon agreed to pay more than $12 million to 4 women who were affiliated with the WWE over the course of 16 years. It's alleged that the women also signed agreements which prohibited them from discussing their relationships with McMahon. The settlements include a $7.5 million pact with a former wrestler who alleged that Vince McMahon coerced her into giving him oral sex and then demoted her, and ultimately declined to renew her contract in 2005 after she resisted further sexual encounters. This controversy was enough to make Vince McMahon finally step down as CEO of the company, but in January of 2024, Vince was slapped with another lawsuit, this time jam-packed full of evidence that would make the whole world understand who he truly is. Janelle Grant, a former WWE employee, accused Vince McMahon of abuse, sexual exploitation, and humiliation during his tenure as chief executive. Grant alleged that McMahon lured her with promises of career advancement, but then exploited and trafficked her to other men within the company. Grant first met McMahon in March of 2019 through a manager in her apartment building, where McMahon also lived. She was seeking employment after her parents' deaths. McMahon promised her a job at WWE and showered her with gifts, but the meetings turned inappropriate when one time McMahon approached her in his underwear and pressured her into sexual situations. As such, when McMahon pushed Miss Grant for a physical relationship in return for long-promised employment at WWE, she felt trapped in an impossible situation, submitting to McMahon's sexual McMahon's or facing ruin. Miss Grant feared she had everything to lose and faced negative consequences no matter what happened. In June of 2019, Grant began working as an administrator coordinator in WWE's legal department. After giving her a job, Vince McMahon's sexual demands increased, and he began sharing explicit photos and videos of her with other WWE employees and executives. Despite Miss Grant's expressions of unhappiness and attempts to end the sexual relationship, she came to understand that McMahon expected the physical relationship to continue as a part of her employment. In March of 2020, McMahon began sharing sexually explicit photographs and videos of Miss Grant, including pornographic content he recorded with other men both inside and outside the company. You can even see these text messages of him admitting to doing so. She even tried to express that she did not want an associate named Johnny, aka John Laurinaitis, receiving pictures of her. The lawsuit then goes on to describe not one or a few, but countless extremely detailed situations in which Vince used his power to break her down, exploit her sexually, demand and force her to give herself to him and his associates, whether it was by serving executives during work hours in offices or serving WWE superstars to keep them satisfied and prevent them from leaving the company. Control that can only be described as sexual slavery. If you read this text message, you can see an example of him trying to coordinate a schedule for his associates to take turns with this woman, only for her to respond that she does not want to and for him to keep begging. Multiple other text messages from Vince were shown in the lawsuit where he deeply explains his desire to traffic her to men throughout the industry. As one example of McMahon's extreme depravity, on May 9th, 2020, he defecated on Miss Grant during a threesome, and then commanded her to continue pleasuring his friend with feces in her hair and running down her back. McMahon and his friend actively resumed the threesome, which lasted over an hour and a half, while Miss Grant remained covered in McMahon's filth. Naturally, when people hear about allegations like this, they tend to consider the alternative. Maybe she wanted this. Maybe she liked this. Maybe she is just using him for a payday after consenting to this depraved lifestyle. And maybe
what am I listening to?
Consent to these weird kinks. But it's very easy to see how these things can get out of control very quickly. A clear line between fantasy and reality needs to be drawn, and evidently that wasn't the case. Now, people will also wonder, how did this get so bad? Well, a lot of people downplay the impact of psychological manipulation and how people can lose themselves, go numb, and just start obliging to the demands of their abuser. The lawsuit also quotes Vince texting her saying, "I want to drive you lower and lower, so low that you beg me to sell you." In early 2022, Vince said that his wife Linda found out about he and Janelle's relationship and threatened a divorce, so he stopped all communication with her to save his marriage and avoid a public fallout. He demanded that she sign a non-disclosure agreement in which McMahon agreed to pay her $3 million to keep their relationship confidential. However, after the anonymous tip in 2022 that led to a board investigation and a multi-million-dollar payout to a few women, Vince stopped paying Janelle after the initial $1 million installment. Vince has vehemently denied any wrongdoing. He also put out a statement saying he and Janelle had a consensual relationship that lasted a little less than 3 years and ended in early 2022. He also added that Grant texted him explicit images of herself and messages expressing love for him, along with her wanting clothes and other gifts. We remain confident the evidence will prove Miss Grant's allegations are false and her complaint is nothing more than a fabricated, vindictive narrative from a disgruntled former girlfriend. But in July of 2023, federal prosecutors executed a search warrant for McMahon's phone and served him with a grand jury subpoena. And it seems like since then, which has now been a year, the feds have been building a case against him. Just a month ago, they asked Janelle if she would agree to essentially put her case on hold while they investigate him further. She agreed. So it seems like any day now the feds could present the world with years worth of evidence proving him to be the exact same depraved, disgusting, abusive, power-absorbed freak he conveyed himself to be on television for the past 35 years.
That was pleasant.
Country in the northwest corner of Europe that most people these days associate with urban planning YouTubers and amazing bicycling infrastructure. But at first glance, this country may still appear rather unassuming. It's only a little larger than the US state of Maryland is, but with a population of nearly 18 million people all contained within it. The Netherlands is among the most densely populated countries anywhere.
This video is brought to you by Manta Sleep. The Alien franchise has probably been one of the hardest fought production cycles in cinema history, with each successive film having story after story about the crazy struggles, not even just to finish filming the movies, but just to get them off the ground in the first place. The result, though, has left us with classics that have beat the test of time. It's also had career-defining moments for young directors, and of course a certain actress. Other films, though, maybe could have used a bit more time in pre-production, but still there are future entries that are coming that can bring in another generation to the dark world of the Alien universe.
What do you mean there's something in the water? There's just something in the fucking water.
With all this history in mind, join us on our 7-part series of the production of the first Alien film in 1979 all the way to Alien Romulus of 2024. This is the production of Alien. Alien began as the brainchild of writer and producer Dan O'Bannon, starting with a film O'Bannon produced as a student project at Southern California University called Dark Star.
It is the future. Mankind has conquered the stars. He moves out to the endless interstellar reaches of the universe.
O'Bannon produced Dark Star together with fellow student John Carpenter as a sci-fi parody, where a bumbling crew has to navigate a malfunctioning ship after years of mundane work, as well as an alien creature they've adopted as a mascot, which starts misbehaving. Let's just say it doesn't go well for them.
You can't explode in the bomb bay, because it's foolish. He'll kill us all. There's no reason for it.
I am programmed to detonate in 9 minutes.
O'Bannon then had the idea to remake Dark Star as a horror rather than a comedy, a concept he called the germ of Alien. The central point of a crew on a mundane mission disrupted by malfunctions and an alien being were preserved.
I had this opening. I didn't know where it was going to go. I had this creepy opening in which astronauts awaken to find that their voyage home has been interrupted. They're receiving a signal from this mysterious planetoid in an alien language. They go down to investigate.
Although in early drafts of the script, which was called Memory at the time, O'Bannon didn't have a clear idea who the antagonist would be. It's hard to imagine this now, since the xenomorph is what most people think of when they think of the Alien films. But in Dark Star, the alien was a weird beach ball-shaped creature that was killed off halfway into the plot. The xenomorph really came about because of another project. O'Bannon was hired to work on a movie adaptation of Dune by director Alejandro Jodorowsky.
For me, Dune will be the coming of a god, artistical, cinematographical god.
Where he met a crew of artists including Chris Foss, Jean Girard, also known as Mobius, and crucially, H.R. Giger.
He had seen this guy's work in his show that was in Paris at the time. Took me over to one of the really fancy hotels in Paris. Not the one I was staying in. Where this artist named Hans-Rudi Giger was staying while his show was on display in Paris. Giger brings out this little tinfoil. He said, "Would you like some opium?" I said, "Why do you take that?" He said, "I am afraid of my visions." He said, "It's only your mind." He said, "That is what I'm afraid of."
O'Bannon found himself being horrified and mesmerized by Giger's work, which he described by saying, "I have never seen anything so horrible and yet quite so beautiful in my life." And so when Jodorowsky's Dune was canceled after he failed to receive financial backing for his ambitious and somewhat insane plans, O'Bannon turned back to the Memory Project, with a central antagonist now in mind, a Giger-like monster. after the collapse of the Dune film left O'Bannon homeless, ending up on the sofa of fellow screenwriter Ronnie Shusett in LA. Desperate for something that would win over the studios and get him back on the saddle, it was from here that the two of them penned this new version of the script. It first got a title change as The Star Beast, before eventually settling on a simpler, more memorable name.
One morning at 3 o'clock, Ronnie's apartment, I'm typing away, writing dialogue, and the characters are saying the alien this and the alien that. And suddenly, that word alien just came up out of the typewriter at me. I said, alien. It's a noun and it's an adjective. They said, yes, that's it. I have the title.
It's simple, it's one word, and no one's ever used it.
With most of the story in place, O'Bannon and Shusett went off to present the script to several studios, famously pitching it as Jaws in space. After several failed deals with the film nearly ended up with the indie producer Roger Corman, who was about to sign with O'Bannon and Shusett to produce the film as a budget project. At the last minute, a friend of the two offered to find them a better deal. That friend passed the script on to a trio of producers, which we will talk about a lot in this series: Walter Hill, David Giler, and Gordon Carroll, owners of a brand new company called Brandywine. They all thought that the script was mostly poor quality, but were struck by the chestburster scene and decided to greenlight the script, seeing its potential. Giler and Hill ended up wanting to more than produce the film. They also wanted to rewrite it, putting the script through numerous redrafts, which O'Bannon and Shusett heavily criticized, with Shusett arguing that the redrafts were making the film worse due to Giler's and Hill's lack of interest or enthusiasm for science fiction. One day, O'Bannon walked into their office and noticed something peculiar on the desk.
I remember walking into Gordon Carroll's office and seeing a script on the desk and lifting up the page, and it said Alien by Walter Hill. Gordon walks in. I said, Gordon, what's this? Gordon looked very embarrassed. He said, oh, you're not supposed to see that.
Inevitably, O'Bannon suggested that the two were trying to get the writing credits for the film. The characters were renamed, dialogue rewritten, and a new character, the cyborg Ash, had been added.
But they contributed one thing, which is one of the best things in the movie. What they invented was the robot. That was not in the movie, where the robot's, Ash is a robot and his head comes off. That whole idea and scenario was theirs.
This reworked script was the one ultimately submitted to 20th Century Fox, although ironically, O'Bannon ended up with the sole credit for the screenplay despite this, thanks to a decision from the Writers Guild Union. As Fox was considering the project, O'Bannon provided some post-production help on Star Wars, leaving him with enough money to finally get off of Shusett's couch and move into an apartment. Star Wars actually turned out to be what made the difference in getting Alien off the ground. Fox wasn't interested in the project at first, but after the Star Wars success, they were desperate to put out another space film, and Alien was the only one they had in process. With O'Bannon recalling that, they wanted to follow through on Star Wars, and they wanted to follow through fast, and the only spaceship script they had sitting on their desk was Alien.
Our ship has now entered the interstellar travel zone. Approximately 5 years and 7 months remain on our journey. Please make your way to your specified cryo chamber for immediate downturn. Once you arrive, please put on the mask provided by our sponsor for this interstellar journey, Manta Sleep. These sleep masks provide true 100% blackout for deeper sleep, which means no more waking up to the flickering fluorescent lights on the spaceship 3 years before you're supposed to. These masks are completely adjustable to your specific measurements. The premium material with C-shaped eye cups for side sleeping will keep you cool and comfortable with the perforated foam.
As someone who constantly travels, if you're looking for a lightweight, comfortable, and premium sleeping mask, Manta Sleep is the right mask for you.
Now, before you go into cryosleep, pull out your tablets and check out Manta Sleep here, or click the link in the description, and make sure to use the code Voyager for 10% off your order.
Morning, Mother.
And so Fox greenlit the project with an initial budget of $4.5 million. Originally, O'Bannon thought he would be the director, with Walter Hill also being suggested. But Fox wanted movie names, and so the film was passed around between several of them, going from Robert Aldrich to Peter Yates to Jack Clayton, John Borman, and Robert Altman being other names floated around. But everyone either rejected it or was rejected. Some because they didn't seem to be able to handle the special effects the film would demand, others because they simply didn't like the premise, and some wrote the idea off as a B-movie. As Shusett put it, they lacked vision for what Alien could be.
I had done The Duelists and got a prize at Cannes, and I think by being fifth choice, I think they were definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel. And they sent me this script, because I remember by the reaction when I said, I love the script, you do?
After some of the top brass of Brandywine saw Ridley Scott's film The Duelist, they were impressed by how his driving vision brought the film to life and decided to put him forward as their new directorial candidate. This left O'Bannon confused, given that Scott had no sci-fi experience. But the directorial choice wasn't being looked at from a genre angle, but from a talent angle, which he conceded they may have had a point with. Scott himself was aware of his own shortcomings, though, saying, "In the beginning, I didn't quite know what I was going to be getting myself in for, because I'd never gotten involved with effects before. I'd never really been a science fiction fanatic. Although I felt that at some point, I would like to have a shot at such a subject." Despite not having much experience in effects work, he took on the project and made it a point to fight for it, spending 3.5 weeks storyboarding the film to present his vision to Fox.
And I storyboarded the movie, and then I took it back with me. It's this thick and like this. The budget was $4.2 million. I went back and we doubled the budget. We went straight to 8.6. It just shows the power of a little bit of pen on paper, because they went, wow, because they had no idea what could be done.
When it came to casting, things were rather open-ended, as Shusett had written all the characters as unisex, so you could seamlessly interchange any character with a male or female actor. This was even outright specified in drafts of the script, but he did admit that the idea of making the lead a woman had never occurred to him before. It was apparently the president of Fox, Alan Ladd, who suggested that the protagonist, Ripley, should be a woman, suggesting it would make the film more unique. Ripley was in fact the last character to be cast, with many names being floated around including Catherine Ross, Genevieve Bujold, Veronica Cartwright, Helen Mirren, and Meryl Streep. Sigourney Weaver had never acted in film before, having been recommended from Broadway, but the way she managed to sell herself as Ripley was actually an accident.
I actually went to the wrong place, and I called my agent. I said, oh, it was like Friday afternoon. I said, I don't know, the script was, she said, just go.
She had ended up going to the wrong hotel for her audition by mistake. After finding the right place around a half an hour later, she sprinted to the hotel room and tried to compose herself.
We hear fast-paced feet coming toward the door and then slowing down and composing itself, and the bell rings and Mary opens the door, and Ripley was standing there. This extraordinary-looking woman, tall, commanding presence.
It was this mix of trying to maintain composure and confidence while having an obvious layer of fear behind it that seemed just like Ripley was supposed to be.
Wait a minute. If we let it in, the ship could be infected. You know the quarantine procedure.
24 hours for decontamination.
It ultimately came down to two, Meryl Streep and Weaver would win out, while Veronica Cartwright was cast as the other female crew member, Lambert. Production would begin on October 21st, 1978, in Pinewood Studios and Shepperton Studios near London. With the script finished and the narrative having been extensively storyboarded, it was time for the team to pull up their sleeves and get to work.
I seem to remember the length of the production was, I think it must have been about 14 weeks. And I know we went over a couple. It was a tough show, very, very tough. It was tough because Ridley was, as always, pushes the fabric.
Within the first 4 days of shooting, there were 9 producers and studio executives on the set, just counting the minutes on Ridley and complaining and why wasn't he shooting, and he was shooting so fast. They gave him no pre-light time, so he was trying to find the look in the first 2 days. And it did get to Ridley. I remember one instant, I was right next to him he went off like a rocket. It was like power coming out, and he punched his fist right through the ceiling of the bridge in just sheer frustration because he did not understand why everyone was on his back.
For this feature, the crew needed to account for an arrangement of props, set work, and organizational challenges. One of the main attributes of Alien sets was that the spaceship it was going to be predominantly set in was one continuous piece instead of separated assortments of rooms.
So you could actually walk around the set and come out in different places and never leave it. And that's, in a way, how Ridley liked it and shot it.
Alien was very much a practical film, and the holistic design of the Nostromo very much aided its production and claustrophobic vibe that other solutions would likely have trouble replicating. However, the Nostromo interior by far isn't the only set used on Alien. We got a variety of environments from deep shafts to extraterrestrial vistas. The only constraint, as per usual, was money.
And Peter Beale would go around knowing exactly what Ridley was like. He'd discovered over the weeks of shooting. He would actually do sort of like a march around the studio and look at all the stages to make sure that all the sets that were being built, there was nothing that was being built without his approval. And I seem to remember it was this tussle of him saying, that is not going to be built, we're cancelling that set. And Ridley saying, no, build it, build it.
There were various inspirations for Alien, and one of them was 2001: A Space Odyssey, go figure, which is what inspired the design of the Nostromo to a certain extent.
Ridley was pushing the envelope. I mean, designing sets that had one hadn't seen sets like that sort of at that time since Kubrick and 2001. I mean, absolutely incredible.
However, Scott wanted less overhead lighting and a more naturalistic type of lighting environment. What made this goal difficult to achieve at first was the mix of light bulbs on set and the generally dark nature of Alien scenes. Tungsten, fluorescent, and incandescent light bulbs, which were clashing together and made it very difficult to shoot a good-looking scene. So in the end, they opted to just build the lights as they needed them, which they initially wanted to avoid. This brings in the cinematographer for Alien, Derek Van Lint, who was someone that previously worked only on advertisements on TV and other small gigs. But his method of lighting, or in general preparation, was a pretty quick, matter-of-fact approach. Essentially, instead of being extremely technical and thinking through everything more than once, he goes on set, observes what works, and then shoots. Another issue was that all the sets were four-wallers and had ceilings, meaning that there was just very little space to set up lights that could brighten up the scene. The limitation, however, aided the visuals of the movie, with much of the lighting being achieved in creative ways, like setting up lights behind grates, hiding a lamp in the scene, or having a light source in the shot that also exists in the world.
Quite difficult to light in places, so unless you were going to swamp something with front light, then it was a bit complex, especially as so much of the movie was shot handheld with Ridley, although he did some form of blocking. It didn't mean to say it was particularly where he was going to end up.
What makes the lighting of Alien so interesting too is that there were 3 different lighting modes. The Nostromo before the crew wakes up being much darker as the space isn't being used by the crew. Then the Nostromo under working lights, which means that the working area is lit up in a practical manner, facilitating work for the people on board. And finally, those light sources needed to be progressively destroyed and replaced by emergency lights as the chaos on the ship was escalating. While the production was fleshing itself out into an ever more special film, it just wouldn't be quite the hit it is today without the influence of a certain disturbed artist.
He was very strange looking, dressed all in black, this Swiss accent. And when we were looking at his work before we met him, we weren't really sure we wanted to meet him.
He was so strange. Most people kept him the creeps. They wanted his office way across the room than the other because he was like Dracula. He was Peter Lorre or something. He was always dressed in black and he had a very soft voice. But there was always these horrible stories. We heard that he had the skeleton from his fiancée.
Being introduced to Giger through O'Bannon, Ridley Scott knew early on just what to base the look of his film's monster on from Giger's painting. He also concluded what architectural influences would shape the beast's environment, which, unlike the Nostromo, almost looked like a living being itself, while retaining a mechanical flair with its many ribbed cables and metallic components. According to Gordon Carroll, the first second that Ridley saw Giger's work, he knew that the biggest single design problem, maybe the biggest problem in the film, had been solved.
I just thought it was stunning, and I just stuck to my guns saying, no, that's it. We want to be shooting by so-and-so. That's it. Just to get this right is going to be incredibly difficult. This is beautiful, not just threatening.
However, the producers' wallets weren't as liquid as Giger would have liked them to be, which led to concessions and compromises.
I want to have a landscape who is very much organic-like, and I would like to have old motors from motorcycle or things like that, but there was no time and no money for this. A real mixed up, a real biomechanical landscape.
This is predominantly why the alien landscapes are clad in a thick fog, as an example, and Giger has some criticisms of his own regarding how his biomechanical creations turned out.
They had not money to do it like I designed it. You know, the whole thing looks a little bit like Art Nouveau. It was not organic enough, organic-like. It looked like handmade from artists.
In a way, the environments of Alien are just the proverbial potatoes of the production, as the real meat was the alien, its life cycle, and utterly terrifying nature, as most horror films are, in a way, only as good as their monsters are, and luckily the xenomorph became a far from stereotypical creature. The focal point for Alien was to ground it in a more believable context. Instead of the monster being a purely fantastical being, there instead was a logic behind it, from the way it looks and moves all the way to its disturbing reproductive cycle, which leads to a point of fascination for Ridley Scott.
The first thing that I'm going to do when I get back is to get some decent food.
Other directors were alienated by the idea of the chestburster scene. Ridley Scott, though, was drawn to it in contrast, already picturing how the scene would look like in his head. But in order to get to that point, the team needed to work towards realizing what the different life stages of the alien would look like, which is where Giger's work left another significant imprint, which would be the sexual elements of his art, which, of course, the studio Fox wasn't a big fan of, but with enough resistance from Ridley Scott, they eventually let him and Giger be. One of the more disturbing aspects of the alien as an animal would be the facehugger, or how Ridley Scott called it, the preambulatory penis. The facehugger would attach itself to the victim's face and plant a seed in them, which would eventually, of course, hatch into a parasite that lives in the human and eventually bursts out of the host's body. A form of reproduction so uncomfortable even Giger sounds queasy describing it.
Something with human hands is always scary, very scary. So I had the long finger. What is the most important part on the facehugger?
Speaking of hands, those were fully articulable, and in initial designs were positioned on the front of the creature instead of its side. Getting the creature's life stages just right was a considerable challenge, as the xenomorph needed to look animalistic and believable, for which animal parts were used yet again. For the facehugger specifically, it was various parts from sea life, such as oysters and fish scales, while the eggs made use of tripe, which essentially is a cow's stomach.
The eggs were designed and obviously made, and they would be the way up they were, with the aperture at the top, with a hydraulic opening, which would open looking very threatening, with Jimmy Shields' great sounds on it. It's still one of the great sounds of when it opens, and you hear that viscera and the strength, you know it's strong.
To really make the eggs come alive, Ridley Scott had to get his own hands dirty as well.
To have sticks in poking looked terrible. So we worked out a method of, as it was about to open, it kind of went like that, lit a little bit. And then I think he looks at it again, and inside, on my hand,